night radio horror, where the rain falls soft against your window and the dark hums just a little too close. Tonight's story comes from a quiet operator who worked the graveyard shift at a small-town 911 dispatch center. He said the call he received that night wasn't a prank. Couldn't have been, because the number he answered hadn't existed for 10 years. So wherever you are, lay back, close your eyes, and let the rain take over. This is the last call from 911. Story begins. My name's Evan Miller, and for 7 years, I worked night shifts at a 911 dispatch center in a little Midwestern town. It was the kind of place where nothing ever really happened. A few drunk calls, some domestic disputes, the occasional lost dog. Nights were long, but quiet, predictable, until last winter. It was around 2:17 a.m. when the call came through. The line blinked red, line 3. I put on my headset, pressed the button, and said the same thing I'd said thousands of times before. 911. What's your emergency? Nothing. Just static. A faint hiss, like wind pushing through an empty hallway. I checked the system. Caller ID read 701-555-0193. It caught my attention, not because I recognized it, but because the system had tagged it in gray, not green. That only happened for disconnected numbers. I frowned, rechecked the log. Yep, that number had been deactivated since 2014. 911, this is Dispatcher Miller. I repeated a little louder. Can you hear me? Then I heard it, a woman's voice whispering. So faint I had to hold my breath just to catch the words. He's still in the house.
I froze. The voice was trembling, broken, like she was trying not to cry. Ma'am, are you in danger? Can you tell me your address? Static. Then, after a pause, I'm in the kitchen. Please hurry. I started logging the call, pinning location data. But the line gave me nothing. No coordinates, no trace. The mapping screen pulsed, then flashed an error. Invalid signal source. Ma'am, what's your name? I asked. Can you hear me? This time, the line went quiet for almost a minute. Then a different sound came through, not the woman's voice. It was knocking. 3 slow knocks, echoing through the static. Knock, knock, knock. Then silence. I called out again, heart hammering now. Ma'am, if you can hear me, it's somewhere safe. Lock the door. No answer. Just the faint hum of the open line. And then, right before the call cut out, he's behind you. The line went dead. I sat there, staring at the screen, my headset still pressed tight. When I finally ran the number through the system again, I almost dropped my coffee. The last call ever made from 701-555-0193 had been logged December 12, 2014, exactly 10 years ago that night. The call notes said it was from a woman named Marissa Lane. Her final words, according to the record, he's behind me. I didn't sleep that morning. I just sat in my car in the dispatch parking lot, replaying the call over and over in my head. The timestamp, the static, the voice, and that last sentence, he's behind you. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, a sick joke, but the voice wasn't something you could fake. It had fear soaked into every word. And that number, the one tagged as disconnected, it still burned in the back of my mind. When my shift ended, I walked back inside, pretending I'd left something behind. No one was there except Tom, our IT guy. He was half asleep at his desk, coffee cup in hand. Hey Tom, I said, quick question. You got a second? He blinked at me. You're still here. Yeah, I got a weird call last night. Line 3. System tagged it gray. Number came up disconnected. He frowned, typed a few things into his terminal. Gray tag means ghost data, usually a test glitch or old archive connection. What's the number? I told him. The second he typed it in, the monitor froze. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then Tom muttered, "That's not possible." "What's not possible?" I asked. He pointed at the screen. According to this, the number's inactive. But the log shows a signal ping last night. From where? He turned to me. His face had gone pale. It's showing an origin from inside the dispatch building. I laughed nervously. You mean like the system's echoing itself? He shook his head. No, the coordinates match an active phone line, one that hasn't been touched in years. He pulled up the extension. Station 4B. My stomach dropped. That was the unused operator booth, the one next to mine. The chair that always sat empty. The one with the dust still on the keyboard. We went to check. The hallway felt colder than usual. The fluorescent light above 4B flickered, buzzing softly. Tom opened the door, and the stale air hit us. Everything was just as it had been left. The headset coiled neatly on the desk. An old coffee cup dried solid beside it. The monitor was off, but as we stepped closer, it blinked to life on its own. Static, and then the faint outline of a waveform on the audio feed. Live input, even though no one was on the headset. Tom whispered, "It's recording." The speakers crackled, and from them, a faint whisper, the same voice I'd heard last night. "He's still in the house." Tom ripped the headset out of the port. The sound stopped instantly. Neither of us said anything for a long time. When I finally got home, the silence of my apartment felt heavier than usual. I poured a drink, turned on the TV just for background noise, tried to shake off what happened. But then my personal phone buzzed. No caller ID. I hesitated, then answered. "Hello." Nothing. Just breathing. Then that same voice again, faint, breaking, terrified. "Evan, he knows you heard me." The line went dead. I didn't go to work the next night. I told the supervisor I was sick, but the truth was, I couldn't bring myself to walk back into that building. Not after hearing her voice again. Not after she said my name. I never told her my name. I spent most of the day staring at my laptop, trying to make sense of it. I searched every public record I could find. Marissa Lane, 701 area code, 2014 homicide reports, missing persons. After a few dead ends, I found a local article from December 2014. Woman found dead in home after disturbance call. Suspect never identified. The name hit me like a brick. Marissa and Lane, 32. Same town, same night, same last words recorded in the police report. He's behind me. The deeper I read, the worse it got. She lived less than 4 blocks from the old dispatch center. Her killer was never caught. And the weirdest part? The responding officer who took the call, Detective Thomas Miller. My dad. He died in 2016. A heart attack, they said. But now, for the first time, I started wondering if it was something else. I drove to his old house that night. My stepmother sold it years ago, but it still sat empty, unsold, the kind of forgotten home that still remembered everything. The driveway was cracked. The front porch light flickered when I stepped up. I had the old spare key from when I used to visit. It still worked. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me. Dust, old wood, something faintly metallic. The air felt heavier. My dad's office was still the same. Desk, file cabinet, the photo of him and me fishing. I turned on the lamp and started going through his drawers. It didn't take long to find it. An evidence folder marked December 12th, 2014/Lane case. Inside were the photos from the scene. A small kitchen, blood on the linoleum, the outline of a woman's body, and on the back of one photo, written in my father's handwriting. She called back after death. My pulse started to race. Under the photo was a yellowed note, a 911 call transcript. But this one wasn't logged in any official system. It was handwritten, 2:17 a.m. Incoming call, unknown line. He's behind me. Who are you? He won't stop until he finds the one who heard. I froze. The one who heard. I read it again. Then again. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. But something in me, maybe curiosity, maybe fear, made me swipe the screen. Hello. A pause. Then static. And through it, a woman's whisper, closer than before, like she was right next to the receiver. You shouldn't have looked for me, Evan. The line went dead. I dropped the phone and stumbled back. And that's when I saw it. The faint glow coming from the kitchen down the hall. The light was on. I hadn't turned it on. The light from the kitchen glowed faintly down the hall, pale, cold, humming softly like a dying fluorescent bulb. I hesitated in the doorway of my father's office, the old floorboards creaking beneath me. Every instinct screamed to leave, but something about that light, it felt wrong. Not electrical, not natural, almost like the air itself was glowing. I stepped closer. The walls along the hallway were lined with old family photos. My father, my mother, me as a kid. Except now, as I passed, I noticed something I swear wasn't there before. In every photo, my father's eyes were scratched out. Thin, deliberate lines carved right into the glass. I reached the kitchen doorway and stopped. The light source wasn't the ceiling bulb at all. It was coming from the old rotary phone on the counter. It was off the hook and glowing. A sickly green light pulsed through the coiled cord, like veins. I just stared. Then, without touching it, the receiver lifted slightly, as if someone invisible had picked it up. Click! The dial spun once on its own. A faint hiss filled the room, and then I heard that same woman's voice again, whispering right into the receiver. He's here. I backed away, heart pounding, eyes darting across the kitchen. The air felt electric, the kind of static charge before a storm. And then the sound of footsteps. Slow, heavy, coming from the basement door behind me. Each step creaked, louder than the last. I turned toward the door, gripping the counter for balance. The handle began to turn, just a little, just enough to make the hinges groan. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a flashlight. The batteries were weak, the beam dim. Who's there? I called out. My voice cracked halfway through. No answer, just breathing. And then a whisper, a man's voice this time, deep and strained. You shouldn't have answered her call. The door burst open. The flashlight flickered, the bulb whining. For a split second, I saw a figure standing in the stairwell, tall, drenched in shadow, face obscured. Then the light died completely. I bolted. I ran straight out the front door, into the freezing night air, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I sat there, shaking, staring at the house. All the lights inside were now off, except the kitchen. Through the window, I could still see the faint glow of that rotary phone, pulsating, almost like it was waiting for me to come back. I didn't sleep again that night, or the night after. The glow from the rotary phone haunted me in every shadow, every corner of my apartment. It was as if Marissa's voice had followed me home. Finally, I realized I couldn't hide anymore. I had to go back, not to my father's house, but to the dispatch center. If the call had originated there, if the signal had come from the empty booth, maybe I could finally understand what had happened. I arrived just before midnight. The building was silent, cold. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead as I made my way to the old 4B booth. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, the headset hung perfectly over the hook, untouched, but the monitor was alive and pulsing with static. I leaned closer, and the waveform jumped violently, as if reacting to my presence. Then the whisper, soft, trembling, terrified. He's watching. I froze. My hand hovered over the keyboard. Then the static formed words, clear, typed across the monitor without me touching anything. You heard her. Now he's coming for you. I backed away, and that's when I saw it. The shadow, darker than darkness itself, standing in the corner of the room. Tall, featureless, breathing slow, heavy. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure raised its hand. The air around it shimmered. You shouldn't have answered. The lights flickered once, twice. Then everything went black. The next morning, the janitor found the booth empty. No signs of struggle. No trace of me. All that remained was the headset dangling on the hook, and the monitor still blinking with static. Sometimes late at night, I swear I hear a faint phone ring in my apartment. And if I pick it up, a whisper, broken and trembling, calls my name. Evan, you answered her call. Days blurred into nights. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadow. Felt its presence behind me, even in broad daylight. I tried calling friends, the police, anyone, but the number wouldn't connect. Every attempt returned the same disconnected tone. Finally, I realized I had to go deeper. I went back to the dispatch center during the day when it was empty. I needed access to the old call logs, everything my dad had ever saved, every report, every trace of Marissa Lane. The IT system was almost antique, but I managed to dig up old call transcripts. That's when I noticed something. Not just Marissa's last call, but others, calls tagged as disconnected, phantom, no trace. All of them mention the same thing. He's behind you. Don't look now, but he's near. You shouldn't have answered. Over decades, dozens of calls. All in my town, all untraceable, all eerily similar. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. It wasn't random. It wasn't a glitch. It was an entity. Something that lived in the lines, in the wires, in the spaces between voices. And it had chosen me now. I was piecing together the pattern when I heard the faintest hum. The same rotary pulse-eyed scene in my father's house. A single number flashed on the old monitor. 701-555-0193. The number was active again. The line was live. I didn't want to pick up, but something inside me, curiosity, fear, obsession, forced my hand. I lifted the receiver. Evan, the whisper was right there, inside my skull now, not through the headset. You shouldn't have answered her call. Static exploded around me. The shadow from the 4B booth flickered into view behind the monitor, growing larger. And then, for the first time, I heard a new voice, deep, echoing, distorted. He's mine now. The lights went out. The building went silent. And the line kept ringing. When I woke up, I was still in the dispatch booth. But something was off. The monitors were all on, flickering between lines of code and static. The time on the wall clock read 2:17 a.m., the exact time Marissa Lane made her last call. The headset was on my head, though I didn't remember putting it there. I could hear breathing on the line. Not mine. Slow. Uneven. Bet. Then a whisper. You're on the wrong side now, Evan. I ripped the headset off and stumbled toward the door, but the hallway wasn't right anymore. The fluorescent lights stretched too far. The walls seemed narrower. Every step echoed like I was walking inside a tunnel. I ran. I didn't even know where I was running to, but I knew I couldn't stay. Then I noticed something glowing at the end of the hall, a small red light blinking. It was the recording room. The door was open, and inside, on the old reel-to-reel player, a tape was already spinning. A voice played from it, my voice. 911, what's your emergency? He's still in the house. Ma'am, stay on the line. He's behind you. Click. Then my voice again. Only this time, older. Slower. Cracked. He's behind me. The tape clicked off. My hands were shaking. I turned toward the glass window, separating the booth from the hallway. And that's when I saw it. My reflection was still there. But it wasn't moving with me. It stood perfectly still, headset on, eyes black, mouth slightly open. Then the reflection tilted its head. Not like a person, but like something trying to understand how a person works. And in a voice that was both mine and not mine, it whispered, You answered her call, Evan. Now answer mine. The headset in the reflection lifted on its own. The phone on the desk started to ring, sharp and shrill, cutting through the air. Ring, ring, ring. Each tone got louder. The sound filled the hallway, vibrating through the walls, until the glass in front of me began to crack. Then from somewhere deep in the static, a final whisper, The line is open. The sound of that ringing drilled through my skull. Each tone sharper, closer, heavier, like the air itself was vibrating. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't just around me. It was inside me. I screamed. The glass finally shattered, exploding outward, shards slicing across my arm. The ringing stopped, and in the silence that followed, I heard breathing again. Right next to me. I turned. The reflection was gone, but in its place, standing inside the booth, was something else. It looked human at first. A man, tall, dressed like one of us. Only his skin was too pale, too smooth like stretched wax, and his eyes were empty sockets filled with static. He stepped closer. The air grew colder. The smell of burning wires filled my nose. You kept the line open, he said, his voice fractured like radio static bent through 1,000 frequencies. That's how we find you. I managed to whisper. He tilted his head like a broken puppet trying to understand fear. Every voice that called for help and was never heard. Every line left ringing. Every dispatcher who listened too long. The monitors around us flickered to life, screen after screen, each one showing a different 911 log. Different times, different years, hundreds of calls, and on every one of them, the same message typed in red letters across the bottom. He's behind you. The figure reached out a hand toward me. It wasn't flesh, it was smoke, static, and screaming faces moving beneath the surface. "You can't hang up now," he said. "You're part of the line." I stumbled back, hitting the console. The phone began to ring again. This time, the caller ID flashed something new. "Calling, Evan Miller." I stared at it. The call was coming from my own number. The ringing grew louder, echoing like thunder. I could hear my voice on the other end, muffled, desperate, whispering the same thing Marissa had said years ago. "He's still in the house." The shadow reached through the static and gripped my wrist. Cold burned through my veins. My vision blurred, and then everything went silent, except for the faint, steady hum of the open line. The last thing I saw before the darkness took over was the waveform on the monitor. It was still moving, still recording, still alive. The dispatch center reopened a week later. They said what happened was an electrical surge, that the short circuits caused a small explosion in one of the booths. That Evan Miller, me, was missing, presumed dead. But the thing about rumors in small towns is they spread faster than the truth. And soon, every dispatcher working the night shift started saying the same thing. That after midnight, one of the lines, line 3, would blink red on its own. No call, no number, just a faint sound of breathing on the other end. At first, no one answered, until one night, a new operator named Sarah Dean decided to. She told the others afterward that the voice on the line sounded calm, familiar, like another dispatcher. He said his name was Evan, said he used to work there. The figure reached out a hand toward me. It wasn't flesh, it was smoke, static, and screaming faces moving beneath the surface. "You can't hang up now," he said. "You're part of the line." I stumbled back, hitting the console. The phone began to ring again. This time, the caller ID flashed something new. "Calling, Evan Miller." I stared at it. The call was coming from my own number. The ringing grew louder, echoing like thunder. I could hear my voice on the other end, muffled, desperate, whispering the same thing Marissa had said years ago. "He's still in the house." The shadow reached through the static and gripped my wrist. Cold burned through my veins. My vision blurred, and then everything went silent, except for the faint, steady hum of the open line. The last thing I saw before the darkness took over was the waveform on the monitor. It was still moving, still recording, still alive. The dispatch center reopened a week later. They said what happened was an electrical surge, that the short circuits caused a small explosion in one of the booths. That Evan Miller, me, was missing, presumed dead. But the thing about rumors in small towns is they spread faster than the truth. And soon, every dispatcher working the night shift started saying the same thing. That after midnight, one of the lines, line 3, would blink red on its own. No call, no number, just a faint sound of breathing on the other end. At first, no one answered, until one night, a new operator named Sarah Dean decided to. She told the others afterward that the voice on the line sounded calm, familiar, like another dispatcher. He said his name was Evan, said he used to work there. "Is this some kind of joke?" she'd asked. "No," the voice replied. "I'm still on shift." She said the static grew louder after that, until it drowned everything out. Then, right before the line cut, she heard another whisper, one she swore wasn't his. "He's behind you." Sarah quit the next morning. She packed her desk, left her headset on the hook, and never came back. Now line 3 stays disconnected. The booth where I work is sealed off with caution tape. The others say sometimes if you walk by after 2 a.m., you can hear the faint hum of static through the door. And if you listen closely, you'll hear someone quietly repeating the same thing over and over. 911, what's your emergency? 911, what's your emergency? It sounds calm, professional, routine, until you notice the voice doesn't stop between calls. Until you realize it's not waiting for an answer. It's waiting for you to pick up. The storm was loud that night. Rain hammering against the glass of the dispatch center, thunder shaking the old fluorescent lights. Only one operator was on duty. Liam Carson, new recruit, nervous. He'd been warned never to touch line 3. But around 2:11 a.m., the red light blinked on. A soft, rhythmic pulse cutting through the darkness like a heartbeat. He stared at it for a full minute. No caller ID, no data on the screen. Just that light. He laughed under his breath. Okay, let's see what the fuss is about. And he pressed answer. 911, what's your emergency? He said. Nothing, only faint static. Then a voice, low and tired. You shouldn't have picked up. Liam froze. Who is this? The voice sighed. You took my line. For a second, he thought he heard his own name echoing back. Liam, whispered through multiple layers of static. The temperature in the room dropped. His breath fogged up the glass. He reached for the power switch to hang up, but the screen flashed white. Then text began typing itself across the monitor. Call connected. Line 3 active. Shift reassigned. Wait, what does that mean? He whispered. The headset crackled again. You work here now? Every light in the room flickered, then died. The storm outside stopped, suddenly, unnaturally. And from the dark, a faint voice whispered through his earpiece. 911, what's your emergency? 911, what's your emergency? The next morning, when the supervisor arrived, Liam's chair was empty, but his headset was still warm. And line 3, it was glowing steady red again, as if someone was waiting for the next shift to begin. Thank you for choosing Midnight Radio True Crime. Tonight, we take you to the quiet plains of Kansas, to a small town few maps even show, Harvest Creek. It's a place where cornfields whisper in the wind, porch lights glow softly, and time seems to slow, until the night of October 3rd, 1986, when an entire family vanished without a trace. Take a deep breath and get comfortable. Dim your lights, let the day drift away, and allow this story to carry you gently into the night. We're glad you're here, and we hope tonight's tale leaves you both intrigued and calm. Sleep well, relax, and let the story of the Harvest Creek incident unfold around you.
Harvest Creek was the kind of town where everyone waved at each other, even strangers. Dirt roads lined with modest homes, weathered fences, and scattered barns marked the landscape. The air carried the smell of fresh hay, damp soil, and the occasional whiff of smoke from a neighbor's fireplace. It was quiet in a way that felt alive, the kind of calm that makes even the slightest disturbance stand out. The Millers lived just off County Road 12, in a farmhouse surrounded by cornfields stretching beyond the eye could see. John Miller ran the local grain store. Caroline, his wife, tended to the home and the children. Sarah, 16, spent her afternoons sketching the edges of the cornfields, while Luke, 12, cared for the family dog and chickens. To anyone passing by, they were the perfect family. Routine, predictable, ordinary. On the evening of October 2nd, neighbors noticed nothing unusual. Lights glowed from the Miller farmhouse. The dog barked at passing cars, and the faint smell of supper drifted into the night. By 10 o'clock, a soft glow appeared over the cornfields, white and pulsing, almost like a lantern moving slowly through the rows. Ellen Carter, a neighbor who lived a few houses down, swore she saw the lights and thought it was a storm, though the sky was clear. The glow vanished as suddenly as it appeared, leaving the fields in darkness and the night unervingly still. The next morning, Deputy Howard Clark arrived at the farm. The truck was halfway up the driveway, engine cold, driver's door open. Inside, the radio played softly. Breakfast lay waiting on the table, untouched, for chairs pulled out slightly, for plates set, for people gone. The first hours of the search were methodical. Neighbors lined the fields, walking shoulder to shoulder, calling the families' names into the wind. The barns were empty, the irrigation canal dry, and the cornfields rustled like they were hiding something. By midday, the Miller's dog was found locked in the barn, alone and hungry. Muddy paw prints led from the barn door into the fields, but no human footprints accompanied them. Search parties expanded, including neighbors, county deputies, and even volunteers from neighboring towns. Planes flew overhead, shining spotlights across the fields. Dogs sniffed every barn and shed. Yet after days of searching, no trace of the family was found. Then came the diary. Caroline Miller's notebook was found partially buried beneath a pile of hay in the back of the barn. Most of the entries were ordinary. Lists of chores, reminders for Sarah's school projects, notes about feeding the animals. But the last entry stood out. It was written hurriedly, almost frantically. I saw them in the corn tonight. They watch when we sleep. They are patient. We must leave. Before dawn. No one knew who they were. No one had seen anyone leave the house. And no one returned. Weeks passed. The Miller's farm was boarded up. Life in Harvest Creek returned to its usual slow rhythm. But something had shifted. The fields that once seemed comforting now felt heavier. Even in daylight, the air carried a subtle tension. Each year after, as October approached, locals reported seeing faint lights flicker in the cornfields, followed by a sudden stillness. Some claimed they heard whispers carried by the wind. Others swore they glimpsed shadowy figures at the edges of their vision. No one approached. No one investigated further. The story of the Millers became a quiet legend, told softly at the diner over coffee or at the library when the evening shadows grew long. It was a tale not of violence, but of absence. A family frozen in time. A town that learned that sometimes silence is safer than truth. Even decades later, investigators who reviewed the case noted the peculiarity of the diary, the strange lights, and the footprints without a source. Nothing added up. No ransom notes. No known enemies. No suspects. The family had simply vanished, leaving behind an ordinary home, a loyal dog, and the lingering memory of a warm breakfast never finished. For those who live in or near Harvest Creek, the fields themselves seem to remember. On quiet nights, some say the wind carries the faint echo of footsteps, the soft murmur of voices long gone. And sometimes, if you look just beyond the edge of the corn at the right hour, you can see the faint flicker of lights moving slowly, almost intentionally, as if marking the land that once held a family and their secrets. It is a story of mystery and stillness, of absence that speaks louder than presence ever could. A story that leaves questions in its wake, waiting for anyone patient enough to listen. And it reminds us that even in places where nothing ever seems to happen, some nights carry shadows that refuse to be forgotten. Days turned into weeks, but the Miller farm remained empty. The town of Harvest Creek, small as it was, had already begun to murmur in cautious tones. Curiosity mingled with fear. People spoke in whispers at the diner or behind closed doors at the post office, wondering aloud what could have happened to the family. No one had answers. The diary remained the only clue. Caroline's last entry weighed heavily on the investigators. I saw them in the corn tonight. They watch when we sleep. They are patient. We must leave. Before dawn. Who were they? And why had the Millers felt compelled to flee? Detectives examined the cornfields, but there was no sign of tracks leading far from the property. It was as if the family had simply vanished into thin air. Local legend grew. Some older residents whispered about the old Miller barn. Decades earlier, it had been built atop an old foundation, a relic from a farm that had burned down in the 1930s. Stories circulated that the land was cursed, or that strange lights had been seen there for generations. Investigators were skeptical. Science and evidence were supposed to guide them. Yet, every time someone mentioned the lights, it seemed the air itself grew colder, and the fields fell silent. Then, 2 weeks after the disappearance, a man named Henry Whitmore, who had been walking his dog near the farm, discovered something unusual. Behind the barn, partially covered by fallen hay and dirt, was a small box. It was old, wooden, and unassuming. Inside were photographs of the Millers, not taken by anyone the town knew, and a series of notes, each one describing the family's daily routines in meticulous detail. The handwriting was precise, but unfamiliar. The notes spoke of observing the Millers at night, of tracking their movements through the fields, and of warnings delivered silently, with no explanation of motive. Each note ended the same way. They are patient. Do not be seen. The sheriff called in a forensic team, but there were no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing to trace. It was as if the box had been there for months, untouched, waiting for someone to find it. And yet, the photographs were recent, taken in the days leading up to the disappearance. Neighbors began recalling subtle oddities from the nights before the Millers vanished. A car that had been parked near the edge of the cornfields, its headlights dimmed, only seen from the corner of one's eye. A low hum, almost mechanical, coming from deep within the corn. Shadows that moved too quickly for the eye to follow, vanishing before anyone could focus. Sheriff Clark took detailed notes, but each report seemed more baffling than the last. No stranger had been reported in town. No forced entry. No argument, no threats, no history of danger surrounding the family. It was as if someone or something had watched and waited, entirely unnoticed, and then acted with perfect precision. The diary, the box, the photographs, all pointed to a simple, terrifying truth. The Millers had been observed closely before they disappeared. But by whom and why? The town itself began to feel watched, as if the same eyes that had studied the Millers now lingered over every porch, every street, every window. Autumn deepened, and with it, the chill in the air seemed sharper than usual. Families locked their doors earlier, windows stayed shut, and even the dog barked more frequently at the edge of the cornfields. No one could explain why, but everyone felt it. A quiet pressure, the sensation that something unseen was waiting, patient, deliberate, and unseen. Years passed. Harvest Creek slowly returned to routine. The farm stood abandoned, slowly succumbing to time. Corn grew wild where once it had been neatly cultivated. Birds nested in the empty barn, but the lights, they never truly left. Locals still reported faint glimmers among the stalks, always distant, always flickering, always gone before you could reach them. The mystery of the Millers became a part of the town's identity. A cold case no one solved, a story told softly to children at the edge of the fireplace, never fully explained. Law enforcement eventually archived the case, listing it as unsolved. Yet, in the files, the diary, and the box remained. Relics of the night the ordinary became extraordinary, and the world of Harvest Creek shifted forever. Some claim that if you walk the edge of the cornfields on an October night, you can still see the faint shadows of a family walking among the stalks, moving carefully, as though retracing a path they can never leave. The air carries a whisper, almost like a warning, and in the quietest moments, if you listen closely, you can hear the wind itself murmuring. They are patient. No one knows what truly happened to John, Caroline, Sarah, and Luke Miller. Some believe the lights, the box, and the diary were signs of a presence beyond understanding. Others think the explanation is simpler, darker, human, but hidden beyond reach. Harvest Creek remembers the family, not for their daily routines or their warmth, but for their absence. Presence defined by disappearance. And so the story lingers, a quiet, unsettling tale told in the shadows, in the wind, and in the flicker of the cornfields. A story not of horror, but of mystery. A story that reminds us, sometimes, the calmest towns hold the deepest secrets, and that some questions, no matter how long they wait, may never be answered. Years passed, but Harvest Creek never truly forgot the Millers. The farm stood as a quiet monument, slowly decaying under the endless Kansas sky, windows boarded, paint peeling, and the barn roof sagging under the weight of time. Yet, for those who lived nearby, the memory of that night lingered like a soft echo, impossible to ignore. It was on one of those cool October evenings, long after the initial search had ended, that a group of teenagers dared each other to approach the abandoned farm. They weren't malicious. They were curious, the thrill of the unknown. The wind carried a faint rustling through the cornfields as they crept closer, flashlights bouncing over the cracked wooden fence and the tall, waving stalks. Near the edge of the barn, one of them noticed something unusual. The ground appeared disturbed, as if something had been buried and partially unearthed. They dug cautiously, fingers trembling in the dirt, until they uncovered another box. Not identical to the first, but similar in style, wooden, weathered, containing more photographs, more notes, and strangely, a small brass key tied to a frayed ribbon. The photographs depicted the Millers at their farmhouse, some in the kitchen, some in the barn, some outside near the cornfields. The notes detailed times, movements, and daily habits. But the handwriting this time was different. Jagged, hurried, almost panicked. One note read, "They are closer now. We cannot stay. Do not look for us. Trust no one." The brass key puzzled the teenagers. There was no lock nearby that it fit. No doors, no boxes, no sheds. It was a key without a home, and yet it carried a weight. A silent implication that something was hidden, something waiting to be discovered at the right time. When they reported it to the sheriff's department, investigators dusted for fingerprints, traced the wood, and analyzed the photographs. Nothing yielded a lead. No human traces, no prints, no discernible dates beyond the diary entries. It was as if the Millers had been observed by someone who moved unseen, someone meticulous, calculating, and patient. But the discovery sparked a renewed interest in the cold case. Journalists began to revisit the story. Some locals were reluctant to speak, claiming the town had its reasons for silence. Others whispered that the land itself seemed to resist investigation. The wind shifting, shadows lengthening, fields suddenly quiet when strangers approached. The diary, the boxes, the key, all suggested a sequence of events that no one could piece together. The Millers' disappearance was no accident. It was deliberate, and someone or something had been watching, waiting, and documenting every move. One autumn night, decades later, A retired sheriff recounted a story from the early investigation. He said that he and his deputy had camped near the edge of the cornfields, hoping to observe any unusual activity. Hours passed. The moon hung high and silver, and then faint lights appeared, hovering over the fields, moving in patterns that seemed deliberate, almost intelligent. He swore he saw shadows among the stalks, shapes that moved too fluidly for humans, too purposeful for wind. By dawn, they vanished, leaving nothing behind but flattened corn and a lingering unease. Harvest Creek grew older. Some families moved away, tired of the whispers and the cold chill that seemed to linger in the fields. New families arrived, unaware of the history, only to feel the weight of the story as the seasons turned. The farmhouse decayed further, and the barns grew quiet. Yet every October, the town remembers. They speak softly, share glimpses of old newspaper clippings, and warn their children not to wander near the cornfields at night. The boxes and the diary were eventually stored in a small archive, cataloged and labeled Miller Disappearance Evidence. Yet no one could explain the handwriting differences, the key, or the faint glow that appeared over the fields on certain nights. Some believed it was human intervention, someone obsessed with the Millers. Others thought the story touched something far stranger, something beyond comprehension. Even today, locals insist that the Miller's dog, who survived the initial disappearance, seemed to sense the presence in the fields long after the family was gone. Animals, it was said, never forgot. Visitors reported the dog pacing at the edge of the cornfields, staring intently into the darkness, growling softly at shapes that no one else could see. The Harvest Creek incident remains unsolved. No arrests, no bodies, no definitive explanation. Only the diary, the boxes, the key, and the memories of a family frozen in time. A family that vanished, leaving behind the ordinary trappings of daily life. Breakfast plates, a running truck, and a dog that waited faithfully for its owners. For those who walk the cornfields now, the story carries a weight. A gentle unease, a quiet tension that creeps in at dusk. The air is colder than it should be. The wind carries faint whispers, and sometimes, just sometimes, a flicker of light moves among the stalks, distant, deliberate, and impossible to reach. The Millers are gone, yet they remain. In the whispers of the corn, in the old farmhouse, in the boxes and the diary that no one can fully interpret. The town remembers because it must, and the story lingers because it cannot be forgotten. Harvest Creek holds its secrets close, patient, deliberate, and silent. And for those who know the tale, one lesson remains clear. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. Some disappearances are not meant to be explained. And some nights are best spent quietly, listening, and wondering if the lights among the corn will appear again. Patient as ever, waiting for someone to notice. Years went by, and Harvest Creek became quieter, almost as if the town itself had settled into a permanent hush, waiting for the past to resurface. The farmhouse remained abandoned, cornfields wild and unkempt, barns sagging under the weight of neglect. Yet for the residents who remembered, the story of the Millers never faded. It lingered in conversations held in hushed tones, in glances toward the fields when the wind carried a strange whisper, in the flicker of light glimpsed at dusk. Investigators who returned to the case decades later found something curious in town records. Property maps, older than most residents could recall, showed that the Miller farm had been built over land with a history of strange disappearances, dating back to the early 1900s. Several families had lived there before the Millers, only to leave suddenly, with no explanations recorded in any official documents. Each of these previous occupants had noted odd occurrences: lights, sounds, shadows in the fields, and a persistent feeling of being watched. The new investigators pored over these details carefully, compiling reports and cross-referencing with old police files. Patterns emerged, subtle, almost imperceptible. Disappearing families, unexplained lights in the fields, cryptic warnings, and animals behaving strangely. The timeline spanned decades. No arrests, no suspects, no human explanation that made sense. Some researchers suggested that the Miller's disappearance wasn't random. The diary, the boxes, the key, all indicated a slow, deliberate observation of the family. Whoever or whatever had been monitoring them seemed patient, meticulous, waiting for the perfect moment to act. And the warning, written in Caroline's last diary entry, hinted at awareness, fear that they had been seen, that something or someone was waiting in the cornfields, watching, planning, silent and deliberate. Locals continued to share stories. Ellen Carter, now elderly, remembered the lights vividly, describing them as a soft, pulsing glow that moved slowly, almost like they were studying the farm. She said the air grew heavy when the lights appeared, and the quiet that followed was almost unbearable, as if the world itself had paused. No one had ever explained it, and no one tried to investigate it further. In Harvest Creek, silence had become the safer path. Even the children who had dared to explore the abandoned farm in the years following the disappearance reported strange experiences. Some claimed to feel an unseen presence, a gentle pressure on their shoulders, as if someone or something was watching them. The brass key discovered behind the barn remained a mystery. No lock, no door, no box in the house seemed to match it. Yet the sensation lingered that it was meant to be used at a time yet unknown. The dog, who had survived the disappearance, lived out its days on the property's edge. Neighbors said it would often sit facing the cornfields, growling softly at shapes that no human could see. Even when the family was long gone, the dog seemed to recognize the presence that had taken them. Animals, it seemed, remembered in ways that humans did not. Researchers who visited Harvest Creek decades later noted one more pattern: the lights. Every October, without fail, there were reports of soft, pulsing lights in the cornfields, moving deliberately, hovering just above the stalks. No one could predict their appearance. No one could explain their origin. And yet, the pattern persisted, aligning eerily with the dates of the Millers' disappearance and the dates of past unexplained vanishings on the same property. Historians and criminologists called it a cold case of extraordinary circumstance. No fingerprints, no evidence, no suspect. Yet a series of events spanning decades pointed to something watching, observing, and, at some point, taking. Some speculated it was human, a recluse with an obsession, a calculated predator. Others quietly whispered of something far stranger, something beyond explanation, beyond reason, beyond understanding. Despite decades of silence, Harvest Creek carried the memory forward. New families moved in, unaware of the history, only to feel the weight of the fields and the house. The air grew colder in the evenings. The wind seemed to whisper across the stalks. Lights flickered, always distant, always deliberate. And sometimes, on nights when the moon is high and silver, some claim to see the faint outline of a family walking among the corn, carefully, deliberately, retracing a path they can never fully leave. The story of the Millers is more than a cold case. It is a reminder that some disappearances leave more than absence. They leave echoes, impressions, questions that linger in the mind and the fields, in the houses, and in the wind. Harvest Creek remembers because it must. Because some stories, no matter how long buried, demand attention. And the Millers, though gone, remain present in every whisper of the corn, in every flicker of light, in every uneasy pause that seems just slightly too long, just slightly too deliberate. The diary, the boxes, the key, the flickering lights, all remain, pieces of a puzzle no one can complete. And those who dare to step into the fields on an October evening may feel it. That patient, deliberate presence, waiting, watching, silent, and unyielding. Some mysteries are never solved. Some disappearances are never explained. And some nights, even in the quietest, calmest towns, carry shadows that cannot be ignored. The Harvest Creek incident is one of those nights. It lingers in the fields, in the wind, and in the hearts of those who remember, patient, deliberate, silent, and unsolved. By now, Harvest Creek had settled into a rhythm of cautious silence. The town's residents rarely spoke aloud about the Millers, but the story was always there, hovering in conversations, in sidelong glances toward the fields, in the uneasy pause when someone mentioned October. Even newcomers, unaware of the history, would sometimes feel the subtle tension in the air, the weight of a story that refused to be forgotten. The diary, the boxes, and the brass key had been cataloged and archived, but curiosity persisted. Some of the older locals remembered small details that never made it into the official reports. Odd sounds at night, shapes moving at the edge of vision, shadows that seemed to shift when unobserved. The lights in the cornfields returned, always faint, always distant, always deliberately avoiding discovery. It became clear that the Millers' disappearance was not an isolated event, but part of a pattern, something the town had learned to sense but never fully understand. Investigators reviewing the case decades later discovered additional, unsettling details. Old property records showed that, for more than half a century, unexplained vanishings occurred on or near the same farmland. Previous families had left abruptly, their reasons undocumented. Some neighbors had recalled strange lights and noises, reports dismissed as superstition or misperception. Patterns emerged, strange lights, mysterious disappearances, untraceable observation, and a lingering sense of being watched. The brass key found behind the barn remained a puzzle. No door, chest, or lock seemed to match it. Yet, every so often, it would appear slightly moved, as if touched by someone or something unseen. The photographs in the boxes were meticulous, showing the Millers in mundane moments, but always framed with care, capturing movement, routine, and behavior. The implication was clear. Someone had been watching, studying, recording, patient, and precise. Locals recalled that the Millers had been careful, observant, and yet, despite their awareness, they vanished. The diary's warnings, "They are patient, do not be seen, trust no one," suggested an understanding of the presence that had been tracking them, but no action could prevent it. And that presence, whoever or whatever it was, remained unseen, deliberately patient, and meticulously silent. Decades later, a researcher visiting Harvest Creek spoke with Ellen Carter, the neighbor who first reported the lights. She described a night when she and a friend had walked near the cornfields, hoping to see some explanation. The lights returned, soft, pulsing, moving deliberately across the field. They tried to follow, but each time they approached, the lights would retreat just out of reach, as if teasing, testing, or marking territory. The air grew colder, heavier, almost tactile, pressing against them with a quiet intensity. The researcher noted that the phenomenon was consistent with reports spanning generations. Each disappearance, each sighting, each note left behind in diaries or boxes seemed to point to an intelligence behind the events. Not random, not chaotic, but patient, observing, and deliberate. No human explanation fit all the pieces. And yet, human explanations were all that the official reports considered. Even the animals on the property seemed to respond. Neighbors reported that the Miller's dog, long after the family's disappearance, would sit at the edge of the cornfields, growling softly at empty air. Birds and other animals behaved unusually as well, avoiding certain areas, hesitating at edges of fields, refusing to cross specific lines in the dirt. For anyone attuned to subtle patterns, the land itself seemed aware. The townspeople adapted to the tension. Farmers checked their fields more often. Children were warned not to wander near the edges of the cornfields after dark. Visitors often remarked on the heaviness in the air, the way the wind seemed to carry whispers, and the sense that unseen eyes were observing every movement. The diary entries, the photographs, and the notes continued to circulate among researchers, each document pointing to meticulous observation and a methodical understanding of the Millers' routines. There were references to watchers and patient observers, phrases repeated in the handwriting that shifted from Caroline's flowing script to the jagged, hurried notes discovered later. The implication was clear. Someone or something had been waiting, studying, and planning for weeks, if not months, before the family vanished. Yet no trace of this observer was ever found. No footprints, no vehicles, no DNA, no signs of entry or exit. It was as if the Millers had simply been lifted from the land, leaving behind only the objects that marked their daily lives. The breakfast plates, the running truck, the dog waiting faithfully, and the diary warning of danger. Over time, Harvest Creek learned to live with the story. The farmhouse continued to decay, The cornfields grew wild, and the barns leaned under the weight of time. The lights returned every October, their purpose unknown, their pattern deliberate. Some townsfolk insisted they saw faint figures walking among the stalks, glimpses of a family moving carefully, deliberately, retracing a path they could never leave. The presence remained patient, silent, and unyielding. The Harvest Creek incident is a story of absence. A family vanished, leaving no clear explanation, no bodies, no suspects, only diaries, boxes, a brass key, faint lights, and a town that remembers. It is a reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, some disappearances are not meant to be explained, and some nights, even in the quietest, calmest towns, carry shadows that will wait patiently, silently, and deliberately for anyone who dares to notice. And for those who walk the cornfields in October, the story persists. The air carries faint whispers, the wind hums through the stalks, and the lights, always distant, always deliberate, remind anyone watching that the Millers are gone, but their presence lingers. A story frozen in time, observed by eyes unseen, and a town that will never forget. Harvest Creek had long settled into its quiet rhythm, yet the memory of the Millers lingered like a shadow over the town. Even decades later, the fields seemed different from those surrounding other farms. The wind carried a subtle, almost deliberate pattern of whispers. The corn swayed not only with the breeze, but in a way that suggested an unseen presence, patient, observant, waiting. New researchers and historians revisited the archives, poring over every diary entry, every note, every photograph. They discovered that the Millers were not the first to vanish from that plot of land. Older property records revealed multiple disappearances dating back to the early 1900s. Families would leave suddenly, sometimes after reporting strange noises, odd lights, or the sensation of being watched. The pattern was unmistakable, yet no human perpetrator was ever found. The brass key, still in the archive, remained an enigma. No lock it could open was ever discovered, yet its presence was deliberate. It had been carefully preserved, tucked away with the photographs and diaries, almost as if it were meant to be found when the time was right. Local folklore grew around the disappearance. Some claimed that certain nights, particularly in October, the fields would illuminate with faint, pulsing lights. These lights moved with purpose, hovering over the corn, avoiding anyone who tried to approach. It was said that those who observed them closely felt a weight in the air, a presence that seemed alive, patient, deliberate, and silent. Even the animals responded. The Miller's dog, who had survived the initial disappearance, continued to patrol the edge of the property long after its family was gone. Neighbors noted that it would growl at empty spaces in the cornfields, stare for long periods at nothing, and avoid specific areas as if guided by an invisible boundary. Other wildlife also seemed attuned to this unseen presence. Birds hesitated at the edge of the field. Deer altered their paths. Even insects seemed to behave differently in the areas surrounding the farmhouse. Decades later, retired Sheriff Howard Clark, who had been the first on the scene, recounted a night he spent near the edge of the cornfields. He and a deputy camped quietly, hoping to observe something unusual. Hours passed in silence. The moon rose high, casting silver light across the stalks. And then, faint glimmers appeared, lights moving with an intelligence that seemed deliberate. Shadows flickered among the corn, vanishing whenever he tried to focus. By dawn, the lights had disappeared, leaving only flattened stalks and a lingering unease. The pattern of disappearances, lights, and diary warnings painted a picture of patience and observation. Whoever, or whatever, had been watching the Millers was meticulous. It had tracked their routines for weeks, perhaps months, understanding when they woke, when they ate, when they slept. And when the time was right, it removed them from the land, leaving only the objects of their daily lives as silent testimony. The boxes of photographs and notes suggested that the Millers had been aware of the observer, at least in part. Caroline's final diary entry warned of their presence. "They are patient. We must leave. Before dawn." But no evidence suggested that the Millers managed to act on this warning. They vanished quietly, without struggle, leaving behind breakfast plates, a running truck, and a loyal dog. As the years passed, Harvest Creek became accustomed to its legacy. The farm stood abandoned, slowly decaying, while cornfields grew wild. Stories circulated quietly, faint lights, shadowy figures, unexplained movements. The presence remained patient, deliberate, and unseen. New families, unaware of the history, would sometimes feel it, sensing eyes in the stalks, hearing whispers that carried in the wind. Even the locals, those who had lived through the disappearance, spoke carefully, using hushed tones, reluctant to draw attention to what they could not explain. The Harvest Creek incident became more than a cold case. It was a legend of observation, patience, and disappearance. The diary, the boxes, the brass key, and the lights all pointed to an unseen presence that moved deliberately, avoiding capture or detection. No fingerprints, no DNA, no suspects, only the meticulous documentation of a family's life before its sudden absence. Investigators theorized. Some believed it was a human perpetrator, a recluse, someone obsessed with the Millers, capable of precise planning and execution. Others suggested something far stranger, beyond human comprehension, an entity patient enough to observe generations and vanish without trace. No theory fully explained the diary, the boxes, the photographs, the brass key, or the recurring lights. The evidence existed, yet no conclusion could ever satisfy the pattern of deliberate observation. Even today, Harvest Creek bears its quiet weight. The farmhouse remains abandoned, the barns sag under years of neglect, and the fields sway endlessly under the wind. October brings a subtle tension, the memory of the Millers lingering in the air. Those who wander near the cornfields at dusk sometimes glimpse faint lights, moving deliberately, or hear whispers carried across the stalks, soft and fleeting. The past presence remains patient, deliberate, and silent, watching, waiting, leaving only traces for those who pay attention. The Millers' disappearance is a story of absence, observation, and enduring mystery. It teaches that some events leave echoes, that some disappearances are carefully orchestrated, and that some nights, even in the calmest, quietest towns, are never truly empty. Harvest Creek remembers the Millers. It remembers the diary, the boxes, the key, the flickering lights, and the sense of patient presence. And it waits, as the air shifts through the cornfields, for someone who will notice. Some mysteries remain unsolved. Some disappearances cannot be explained, and some nights hold shadows deliberate and patient that watch and wait, silently, enduringly, indefinitely. Harvest Creek remained a quiet town, the kind of place where the wind carried stories between houses and down dirt roads, and where everyone remembered the night the Millers vanished. For decades, the farmhouse stood abandoned, the barns sagging, and the cornfields growing wild. Yet the air around the property never felt ordinary. There was a weight to it, a subtle tension that settled over anyone who wandered too close after sunset. Researchers, intrigued by the unsolved disappearance, began to examine the diaries and boxes in more detail. They noticed that Caroline Miller's diary, when read carefully, seemed to contain subtle patterns beyond simple words of warning. Repeated phrases, subtle variations in handwriting, and even punctuation suggested a hidden rhythm, almost like a code. Lines like, "They are patient, do not be seen, trust no one," and "we must leave," before dawn carried a precision that went beyond fear, almost like instructions embedded within the panic. The new generation of investigators focused on these patterns, examining the photographs as well. Each picture was carefully framed, capturing the family in ordinary activities, but the placement of objects, the orientation of shadows, and the sequence of events in the images hinted at a meticulous observer's presence. The observer had not just watched. They had cataloged every movement, every habit, every detail of the Millers' lives. The brass key, still unassigned to any lock, became central to the emerging theory. Researchers speculated that it might open something hidden on the property, something not discovered by investigators over the decades. It seemed to symbolize the idea of a secret waiting to be uncovered, a puzzle piece left intentionally in the world for someone patient enough to notice. And yet, the key's purpose remained elusive, as if teasing discovery while remaining just out of reach. Locals continued to recount unusual experiences. Elderly residents remembered seeing lights flicker among the stalks in October, soft, deliberate pulses that avoided capture. Some reported hearing whispers that carried through the wind, impossible to decipher, yet somehow urgent and purposeful. Others noticed animals behaving strangely, responding to presences invisible to human eyes. Even the dog who survived the Miller's disappearance continued to patrol the edge of the property for years, growling at empty spaces in the cornfields, attentive to a pattern only it could perceive. Researchers also uncovered old town records that had gone unnoticed. Several previous occupants of the land had filed reports of strange phenomena. Lights, shadows, noises, but the records were dismissed at the time as superstition or exaggeration. When compared to the diary and boxes from the Millers, a thread of continuity emerged. The property had a history of observation, of patient monitoring, of families vanishing without trace. It was no longer a single event. It was a pattern spanning decades. One afternoon, a historian retraced the Millers' daily routines using the photographs and diary notes. She found that the family's movements had been precisely predictable. Times they woke, meals they ate, chores completed, and even leisure activities were meticulously cataloged in the observer's notes. It was clear that the person or entity monitoring them was deliberate, patient, and capable of long-term planning. Theories began to emerge, but none fully satisfied the evidence. Some suggested a human stalker, someone who had studied the family for weeks, carefully orchestrating their disappearance. Others proposed a more unusual explanation, a presence beyond ordinary human understanding, capable of observing without detection, patient enough to record every detail, and deliberate enough to remove the family without leaving trace. Local townsfolk reported that the phenomena never fully ended. Every October, faint lights appeared in the fields, moving deliberately across the corn, always eluding direct observation. Shadows flickered at the edges of the fields, always present, always careful to avoid being identified. The air itself seemed heavier, almost alive, as if the land had absorbed the events and carried them forward through time. Despite decades of study, the diary, boxes, and key offered only fragments of answers. The pattern was undeniable, but the cause remained unknown. The Millers' disappearance was no longer a single event. It had become a lens through which the town, and those who examined it, could glimpse a deeper mystery, one that spanned generations, defied explanation, and persisted with deliberate patience. Even today, visitors to Harvest Creek sometimes feel the presence. Walking the edge of the cornfields in October, they report subtle disturbances. A whisper carried on the wind, lights flickering beyond sight, shadows that shift when not observed. The farmhouse, long abandoned, seems to watch silently, the air around it heavy with history. The dog's descendants, animals still on the property, exhibit behavior suggesting recognition of something unseen, a pattern or presence invisible yet undeniably real. The Harvest Creek incident has become more than a cold case. It is a story of observation, patience, and disappearance, a reminder that absence can carry more weight than presence. The diary, boxes, photographs, and key all suggest meticulous planning, deliberate patience, and an intelligence capable of moving unseen. No trace, no suspect, no human explanation fits the complete picture. The story of the Millers continues to linger, patient as the wind over the cornfields. It reminds us that some events leave more than absence. They leave traces, impressions, patterns that endure across decades, waiting for someone attentive enough to notice. And in Harvest Creek, those who remember remain watchful, quietly observing, attuned to the flickering lights, the subtle shadows, and the patient, deliberate presence that has endured for generations. Some mysteries are unsolved. Some disappearances are never explained. And some nights, even in quiet, sleepy towns, carry shadows that watch, wait, and endure, silent and unyielding, patient, deliberate, and unbroken by time. Harvest Creek remained quiet, almost suspended in time, yet the story of the Millers never truly left the town. The farmhouse and barns continued their slow decay, and the cornfields grew wild and tangled, but the memory of that October night lingered in the wind, the shadows, and the flickering lights that appeared year after year. Researchers studying the case returned to the diaries and boxes, focusing on Caroline Miller's handwriting. They noticed subtle variations, loops, spacing, and punctuation that suggested a deliberate attempt to encode messages. It was as if she had been aware not only of the presence observing them, but also of the need to leave instructions, hidden clues, for someone who might eventually investigate. Some notes contained repeated phrases, "They are patient," and "do not be seen." But there were others, hidden in plain sight, sequences of letters that seemed random at first, only to form patterns when viewed alongside dates, photographs, and movements recorded in the diary. One researcher discovered that certain words aligned with specific locations on the property: the barn, the edge of the cornfield, the old well, and a cluster of oak trees near the back fence. Each location seemed to mark an area of significance, though no human explanation tied them together. The brass key became more intriguing. Though it had no visible lock on the property, some theorized it could fit a hidden compartment, perhaps in the barn's foundation or under the floorboards of the farmhouse. Yet repeated searches revealed nothing. The key remained a symbol of the unknown, patient in its silence, as if waiting for someone perceptive enough to discover its purpose at the right time. The photographs continued to raise questions. Each image captured mundane, everyday moments: meals, chores, walks through the fields. Yet the angles, framing, and timing hinted at meticulous observation. Shadows in the photographs fell in unusual directions. Objects appeared subtly shifted between images. It was as if the observer had been recording not just the Millers' lives, but patterns within the property itself. Patterns that, when pieced together, might reveal the reason for the family's disappearance. Locals recalled additional oddities. Elderly residents spoke of faint voices carried by the wind, whispers that could not be traced to any human source. They mentioned the lights in the fields, pulsing with purpose, retreating whenever approached, always distant, deliberate. Even animals behaved strangely. The Miller's dog, and later its descendants, patrolled the edges of the property, growling or hesitating at areas invisible to the eye, responding to an intelligence that no one could confirm. Old town records revealed a pattern spanning generations. Families who once lived on or near the property reported unexplained events: missing objects, strange sounds at night, unusual shadows, and abrupt departures. Disappearing families, unexplained lights, and diary entries like Caroline's suggested a presence that observed, waited, and acted with patient precision. Researchers also uncovered a series of coincidences connecting the Millers' disappearance to other odd events in the region. Similar diary entries from other families who had left the area decades before mentioned watching lights and shadows, strange sensations of being followed, and subtle disturbances in the environment. The pattern was unmistakable, yet no rational explanation tied all the events together. Human or not, the observer remained deliberate, patient, and undetectable. One October evening, a historian retraced the Millers' daily routines using photographs and diary notes. She observed that the family's habits had been predictable: every meal, every chore, every evening walk through the fields. The diaries and boxes suggested someone or something had been monitoring them continuously, waiting for a moment when the family's routine could be interrupted without resistance. And that moment had come, leaving behind only the diary, the boxes, and the brass key as evidence of a careful, deliberate plan. The town itself seemed aware of the presence. Even generations later, locals spoke in hushed tones about the property, the lights, the whispers, and the shadows. Some who visited reported a tangible weight in the air, subtle shifts in temperature, and the uncanny sensation of being observed. It was as if the land remembered, carrying the echoes of the Millers' lives and their disappearance forward through time. The diary, photographs, boxes, and key all suggest that the Millers' disappearance was not an accident, nor a random act. It was the result of meticulous observation and careful planning, carried out by an intelligence patient enough to wait, deliberate enough to act, and invisible enough to leave no trace. Even today, the property retains a subtle tension. Walking near the edge of the cornfields at dusk, one might notice shadows that flicker at the corner of the eye, lights that pulse and retreat deliberately, and whispers that carry in the wind. The farmhouse, barns, and fields all hold the memory of the Millers. A presence frozen in time, observed and recorded, patient and deliberate, silent and unyielding. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. It teaches that absence can carry more weight than presence, that traces may endure long after those who created them are gone, and that some nights, even in the calmest towns, hold shadows that watch, wait, and endure, silent, deliberate, and impossible to fully understand. Harvest Creek remembers the Millers. It remembers the diary, the photographs, the boxes, the brass key, and the flickering lights. And it waits, patient, deliberate, and silent, for someone who notices, for someone who questions, for someone who observes. Yet no such compartment ever appeared. It was a key with a purpose, deliberately hidden or left as a tease. An invitation for the patient observer, or for someone persistent enough to continue searching decades later. The lights in the cornfields, which had become almost legendary, were reported again. Locals recalled seeing them move in patterns, faint, deliberate pulses that seemed to study and mark the area. Some noted the lights avoided detection, always retreating when approached, always distant, deliberate, and almost sentient in their movement. The phenomenon persisted year after year, aligning eerily with the anniversaries of the Millers' disappearance and the previously recorded unexplained events on the property. Animals remained unusually aware of the presence. The Millers' dog, and later generations of its descendants, continued to patrol the edge of the property, hesitant and alert. Other wildlife avoided specific areas entirely, altered their paths, or displayed unusual behavior, suggesting that some intelligence, human or otherwise, had been observing and influencing the environment for generations. Old town records, long overlooked, added depth to the mystery. Decades before the Millers, other families reported strange phenomena. Objects disappearing and reappearing, noises without source, lights in the distance, and shadows that moved against the natural flow of the environment. A pattern of patient observation and eventual disappearance emerged, spanning generations. No arrests, no suspects, no definitive explanation. Only documentation and the lingering presence of what had observed, waited, and acted with deliberate care. The diary entries contained subtle warnings. Lines such as, "They are patient, do not be seen, trust no 1 inch and leave before dawn," before they notice, were repeated with variations, almost like signals embedded for someone attentive. The observer had tracked every movement, every habit, and possibly predicted the family's actions. The careful documentation in the photographs, boxes, and diary implied that someone, or something, had planned the disappearance with precision. Visitors to the property still report feelings of unease. Walking the edge of the cornfields in October, they feel shadows at the periphery of vision, hear whispers carried by the wind, and glimpse faint lights flickering among the stalks. The farmhouse, though abandoned, seems alive with memory. The barns lean under time, yet the land itself feels watched, deliberate, and aware. Researchers examining the Millers' diary noticed that certain words aligned with the brass key's presumed locations. Though no physical lock was ever found, it seemed that the keys symbolized understanding or unlocking the sequence of events, perhaps meant for someone perceptive enough to interpret the diary's hidden patterns. It was a challenge left behind, patient and deliberate, waiting for decades to be noticed. Even now, the pattern endures. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and strange animal behavior collectively suggest a meticulous, patient, and unseen presence. The Millers' disappearance was no accident. It was calculated, deliberate, and executed with precision, leaving traces that continue to intrigue, unsettle, and mystify. Harvest Creek remains quiet, but those who know the story remain watchful. The cornfields sway gently in the wind, shadows flicker, and lights pulse in ways that cannot be explained. The diary, boxes, and key are reminders of careful observation and the deliberate removal of the family. The past persists in the present, teaching that some events leave more than absence. They leave patterns, impressions, and silent witnesses. The Harvest Creek incident is a story of patience, observation, and enduring mystery. It reminds us that some disappearances are not random. Some patterns span generations, and some nights, even in the calmest towns, carry shadows that watch and wait, deliberate, patient, and unbroken by time. And so the Millers remain, not in body, not in presence, but in memory, in the land, in the faint flickers of light and whispers in the wind. A patient, deliberate presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding those who notice that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, and eternal. Harvest Creek's quiet streets had long been accustomed to their own shadows, yet the events of that fateful October lingered in the town's memory like a soft, persistent hum. The Millers' farmhouse stood abandoned, the barns sagging, and the cornfields grew wild, yet the land itself seemed to carry the weight of the past. Even the wind seemed deliberate, whispering through the stalks as though carrying fragments of stories that could not be forgotten. Researchers revisiting the Millers' diaries and boxes discovered that Caroline's entries contained more than warnings. Certain passages repeated in sequences, with subtle shifts in phrasing, punctuation, and line breaks. It was as if she had embedded a code within her panic, leaving behind instructions for anyone patient and observant enough to decipher them. Lines like, "They are patient, do not be seen, trust no 1 inch and follow the shadows. Before dawn, before they notice," were repeated, their emphasis subtly different in each instance. Cross-referencing the diary with photographs and property layouts revealed a deliberate pattern. Certain words aligned with locations around the farmhouse. The old barn, the edge of the cornfield, a cluster of oak trees, and the long-abandoned well. It suggested that the observer had mapped the property meticulously, cataloging movements, shadows, and routines. The observer had watched every meal, every chore, every walk through the fields, noting patterns in behavior and subtle environmental cues. How the wind shifted, how the light fell, how animals responded. The brass key became central to the emerging theory. Though no visible lock existed on the property, some speculated it might fit a hidden compartment, perhaps beneath floorboards, inside the barn's foundation, or even buried beneath the earth. Repeated searches yielded nothing, yet its presence seemed intentional, waiting for someone persistent enough to uncover its purpose. The key became a symbol of the unseen observer, a reminder that some mysteries are designed to remain just beyond reach. The lights in the cornfields persisted. Locals reported them moving with deliberate intention, pulsing softly, always distant, always retreating when approached. Some suggested that the lights themselves were a message, a marker of boundaries, a way to observe without exposure. Their appearance aligned with anniversaries of the Millers' disappearance and other unexplained events, suggesting a continuity of observation that spanned decades. Animals on the property remained attuned to something invisible. The Millers' dog, and later generations of its descendants, patrolled the property cautiously, growling at empty spaces and avoiding certain areas. Other wildlife exhibited subtle changes in behavior, avoiding sections of the fields or altering their patterns, hinting at an intelligence present long before humans noticed it. Historical records revealed additional connections. Generations of families who had previously lived on or near the land reported similar experiences. Missing objects, untraceable noises, shadows that moved independently, and faint lights at night. A pattern emerged. Families observed, patterns recorded, disappearances executed with precision, no evidence left behind. No arrests, no suspects, only traces of deliberate, patient observation, repeated over decades. The diary entries hinted at a broader understanding of the Millers' observer. Caroline's handwriting shifted from flowing to jagged, her notes almost instructional. Mark the light. Follow the shadows. Do not be seen. Wait for the path. The observer had anticipated the family's movements, cataloging them carefully, waiting for the precise moment to act. And when that moment came, the family vanished without struggle, leaving only the diary, boxes, and brass key as evidence of their final days. Visitors to Harvest Creek still experience subtle, inexplicable phenomena. Walking near the edge of the cornfields in October, one might feel a weight in the air, sense shadows moving just beyond sight, or glimpse faint, pulsing lights among the stalks. The farmhouse, though long abandoned, seems alive with memory, the air heavy with the impression of past observation. Even the wind carries whispers that cannot be traced to any human source, as if the land itself remembers. Despite decades of study, no theory fully explains the events. Some suggest a human observer, patient and meticulous, capable of planning and executing the disappearance with precision. Others whisper of something beyond human comprehension, an entity or intelligence that observes, waits, and acts with patience across generations. The diary, photographs, boxes, and key all support the idea of deliberate monitoring and execution. Yet no definitive explanation satisfies every piece of evidence. The Millers' disappearance remains unsolved, yet their story endures in patterns, in shadows, in whispers, and in the flickering lights that appear every October. The town itself seems to remember, carrying the weight of the event forward in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Harvest Creek, its residents, and the land itself are bound together by the memory of that night, by the deliberate and patient presence that orchestrated the family's disappearance. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a story of absence. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. It reminds us that some disappearances leave more than emptiness. They leave traces, impressions, and a presence that persists beyond time, patient and deliberate, silent and unyielding. Even today, the diary, boxes, brass key, flickering lights, and behavioral patterns of animals point to an intelligence that remains unseen. Some nights, those who enter the cornfields report glimpses of movement, shadows flickering at the periphery, and a sense of deliberate observation that refuses to be ignored. The Millers themselves may be gone, but the presence that orchestrated their disappearance endures, patient, deliberate, and eternal. Harvest Creek remembers. It carries the memory of the Millers in its wind, its shadows, and its flickering lights, and it waits silently and deliberately for anyone who notices, anyone who questions, and anyone patient enough to observe. Some mysteries remain unsolved. Some disappearances are never explained, and some nights carry shadows that watch and wait, enduring silently and deliberately, unbroken by time. Harvest Creek had long accepted a quiet normalcy, though beneath the surface, the town held a memory that refused to fade. The Millers' disappearance was no longer recent news, but the farmhouse, the barns, and the fields carried the imprint of that October night. Even the wind seemed to move with intention, brushing through the cornfields in patterns that echoed unseen observation. As researchers continued to examine the Millers' diaries and photographs, more subtle details emerged. Caroline's handwriting contained intentional deviations, loops, spacing, and punctuation, forming sequences that suggested a code. These were not random quirks born of panic. They were deliberate, signaling attention to detail and an awareness of a presence that had tracked the family. The diary seemed to communicate not only fear but also instructions for interpreting the environment, a guide to understanding the movements of the observer. The photographs reinforced this sense of precision. Images of the family at meals, performing chores, or walking through the fields appeared ordinary at first glance. Yet repeated viewing revealed careful framing, subtle shifts in shadows, and object placement that suggested deliberate observation. Each photograph became a snapshot of a monitored life, a record of habits, and a hint at the unseen intelligence that had cataloged it all. The brass key remained an enigma. No physical lock could be identified, yet its presence was deliberate. Some theorized it might open a hidden compartment, perhaps beneath the barn floor, within the farmhouse, or even buried in the earth near the oak trees. Despite exhaustive searches, no lock or compartment was ever discovered. The key became symbolic, a reminder of the mystery's persistence, patient and deliberate, waiting for someone perceptive enough to uncover its purpose. Locals recounted additional phenomena. Lights in the cornfields returned with near-perfect consistency each October, moving deliberately, retreating when approached, always avoiding detection. Some whispered that the lights marked boundaries, others that they observed anyone nearby. Shadows flickered at the field edges, seemingly aware of intrusions. Even animals responded: dogs, deer, birds, hesitating, avoiding areas, or displaying unusual behaviors that suggested awareness of something invisible. Town records revealed a longer pattern. Generations before the Millers, families who lived on or near the property reported similar incidents. Noises without source, objects displaced, unexplained shadows, and distant lights at night. Families moved away suddenly, without clear reason, and investigators at the time recorded no evidence of criminal activity. The consistent pattern across decades pointed to something deliberate, patient, and invisible. The diary contained repeated warnings and subtle instructions. They are patient. Do not be seen. Follow the shadows. Before dawn. Cross-referencing these phrases with photographs and property layouts suggested that Caroline had cataloged the Millers' movements carefully, leaving clues for someone who might attempt to understand what had occurred. The observer had anticipated every routine, every behavior, and had acted with meticulous timing. Visitors to the property still sensed the lingering presence. Walking along the cornfield edges in October, many reported a subtle tension in the air, flickering lights that avoided direct gaze, and the impression of being observed. The farmhouse, barns, and fields carried memories. The diary, photographs, and boxes remained the only tangible evidence of the family's final days. Even the animals seemed aware of patterns invisible to humans, their behavior hinting at the intelligence that orchestrated the disappearance. The brass key's symbolism became clearer in context with the diary's cryptic patterns. Though no physical compartment was ever found, the key seemed intended as a conceptual tool, a representation of understanding the sequence of events, of noticing the hidden patterns, of decoding the meticulous observation that had led to the Millers' disappearance. It was patient, deliberate, and silent, much like the presence that orchestrated the events themselves. Despite decades of investigation, no definitive explanation emerged. Some theorized a human observer, obsessive and methodical, capable of tracking and removing the family without leaving trace. Others speculated about something beyond ordinary comprehension, an entity or intelligence capable of long-term observation, precise timing, and undetectable action. Whatever the case, the evidence suggested a deliberate intelligence behind the events, patient across time, observing with care, and moving without detection. The town of Harvest Creek adapted to the lingering tension. Residents spoke in hushed tones of the farmhouse, the barns, the fields, and the lights. Visitors often sensed the same subtle unease, the impression of being watched, and the strange calm that preceded a quiet disturbance in the cornfields. The memory of the Millers persisted in land, shadow, and whisper. Even today, the diary, photographs, boxes, and brass key act as traces of observation. Flickering lights, subtle shadows, and unusual animal behavior continue to mark the land as a site of enduring mystery. The Millers' disappearance was deliberate, executed with precision, and recorded meticulously, leaving only the traces of planning and observation for those willing to notice. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. It reminds us that absence can leave impressions, patterns can span generations, and some nights, even in the calmest towns, are never truly empty. The Millers remain, not in body, not in presence, but in memory, in the land, in the diary, boxes, and brass key, in the faint flickers of light and whispers in the wind. A patient, deliberate presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding anyone who observes that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, and eternal. Harvest Creek's nights remain still, Yet the memory of that October evening lingered in ways both subtle and unnerving. The farmhouse and barns sagged under decades of neglect. The cornfields grew tall and wild, and the wind carried stories that no one could fully hear or understand. Even the town itself seemed to breathe with the imprint of events long past, as if the land remembered what had occurred and passed it quietly to anyone who dared to notice. Researchers returned once more to the Miller's diaries, photographs, and the enigmatic brass key. The diary contained passages that repeated across pages, subtle variations in wording and punctuation suggesting deliberate coding. Caroline Miller had embedded instructions, warnings, and perhaps even an attempt to leave a trail for those who might investigate years later. Lines like, "They are patient, watch the shadows, never be seen," "Before dawn" appeared over and over, almost ritualistic in nature. Cross-referencing these passages with property layouts and photographs revealed a meticulous mapping of the Millers' routines. Meals, chores, evening walks, and even leisure activities were documented with careful precision, as if someone or something had been observing and recording them over weeks or months. Shadows in photographs, placement of objects, and timing of events all suggested an intelligence behind the observation, one capable of predicting behavior and acting with deliberate patience. The brass key, still unassigned to any lock, had become an enduring symbol. Some theorized it could fit a hidden compartment in the barn, under the farmhouse floorboards, or even buried beneath the earth. Repeated searches yielded nothing, yet the key remained, patient in its silence, waiting for someone perceptive enough to understand its purpose. It became a symbol not just of access, but of understanding, of noticing the subtle and the deliberate, of following the patterns left behind. Local reports continued to intrigue investigators. Lights in the cornfields appeared with almost perfect consistency each October, moving deliberately, retreating when approached, and flickering as though observing anyone who ventured too close. Shadows shifted in the field edges, subtle but deliberate, always careful to avoid detection. Animals, too, seemed aware. Dogs hesitated at invisible boundaries, deer avoided specific areas, birds altered their flight paths. The land itself seemed conscious of something unseen, patient, deliberate, and enduring. Old Town records revealed similar patterns. Families who had lived on or near the property before the Millers reported unusual phenomena. Objects disappearing and reappearing, noises without source, lights in the distance, and abrupt departures. No evidence ever suggested a human culprit. Yet across decades, these patterns persisted. Observation, careful monitoring, disappearance, absence, and the lingering impression of something deliberate and patient. The diary hinted at a broader, almost philosophical understanding of the observer. Caroline's final entries emphasized caution, awareness, and the need to follow subtle cues. Watch for the light. Follow the shadows. Do not be seen. They are patient. These instructions aligned with photographs, boxes, and even the landscape itself, suggesting the Millers had known, at least in part, of the presence that stalked them, yet were powerless to act. Visitors to the property often report similar sensations even decades later. Walking along the edge of the cornfields in October, they feel the weight of unseen eyes, hear faint whispers carried on the wind, and glimpse lights flickering just beyond reach. The farmhouse, barns, and fields all bear memory. The diary, photographs, and boxes serve as the only tangible reminders of what occurred. Animals continue to react to patterns invisible to humans, hinting at intelligence that remains undetected but undeniably present. The brass key symbolism becomes clearer in the context of these findings. It is not simply a physical object. It represents perception, attention, and understanding. It symbolizes the act of noticing, of following the subtle patterns left behind, and perhaps of acknowledging the meticulous intelligence that orchestrated the Millers' disappearance. It is patient, deliberate, and silent, much like the entity or individual that removed the family from the land. Despite decades of investigation, no conclusive explanation exists. Some suggest a human observer, capable of extreme patience and meticulous planning. Others propose something beyond human comprehension, an intelligence, patient and deliberate, operating across generations, observing without exposure, acting without trace. Whatever the truth, the evidence points to deliberate, patient observation, culminating in the removal of the family and leaving only carefully documented traces. Harvest Creek itself seems attuned to this memory. Residents speak quietly of the farmhouse, the barns, the cornfields, and the persistent lights. Visitors sometimes feel subtle unease, shadows flickering at the periphery, whispers in the wind, and the impression of being watched. The land remembers, carrying the events of that October forward through time. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. Absence leaves patterns, and those patterns endure. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and subtle animal behavior all point to a meticulous intelligence behind the events, patient and deliberate, observing silently across decades. The Millers remain, not in presence, but in memory, in the land, in the faint flickers of light and whispers, in the diary and photographs, and in the enduring patience of whatever removed them. The town, the land, and the property hold the story, waiting for anyone who will notice, anyone who questions, and anyone willing to follow the patterns left behind. Some mysteries are never solved. Some disappearances are never explained. Some nights carry shadows that watch and wait, silently, deliberately, and enduringly, unbroken by time. Harvest Creek remembers. It waits, and it observes. Harvest Creek's nights carried a quiet tension, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, but unmistakable for those familiar with the Miller's story. The farmhouse and barns sagged under decades of neglect. The cornfields grew thick and wild, and the wind whispered through the stalks as if repeating secrets only it remembered. The town seemed frozen in memory, the land holding on to events long past, carrying the weight of what had been and what remained unseen. Researchers revisiting the Miller's diaries and boxes uncovered patterns that suggested not just observation, but an intelligence carefully orchestrating events. Caroline Miller's entries contained repeated phrases, subtle shifts in wording, punctuation, and line breaks, an almost coded language embedded within her fear. Lines like, "They are patient," "Follow the shadows," "Do not be seen," "Before dawn" appeared multiple times, their subtle variations hinting at instructions meant for someone who might decipher them years later. Cross-referencing these entries with photographs and property layouts revealed precise mapping. Meals, chores, walks through the fields, and leisure activities were meticulously recorded. Shadows in photographs, placement of objects, and timing of events all suggested careful documentation by an unseen observer, capable of predicting behavior and acting with deliberate patience. The brass key remained unsolved, a symbol of the unknown. Though it fit no visible lock, some theorized it could open a hidden compartment in the barn, beneath the farmhouse floorboards, or even buried in the earth near the oak trees. Despite repeated searches, no compartment was found. The key became symbolic, an invitation to perception, to understanding, to following the subtle patterns left behind. It was patient, deliberate, silent, much like the presence that orchestrated the Miller's disappearance. Local accounts added layers to the mystery. Lights in the cornfields appeared with near-perfect consistency each October, moving deliberately, retreating when approached, flickering in patterns that suggested intelligence. Shadows shifted at the edges of the fields, subtle but deliberate, always avoiding detection. Animals reacted too. Dogs hesitated at invisible boundaries, deer avoided specific areas, and birds altered flight paths. The land itself seemed aware of something unseen, patient, deliberate, and enduring. Old Town records revealed similar phenomena spanning generations. Families who had lived on or near the property reported missing objects, unexplained noises, lights in the distance, and abrupt departures. The consistent pattern, observation, monitoring, disappearance, and lingering traces suggested a deliberate, patient presence acting across decades. The diary contains subtle warnings, instructions, and hints of understanding. Watch for the light. Follow the shadows. Do not be seen. They are patient. Cross-referencing these phrases with property layouts, photographs, and the brass key suggested Caroline had left a roadmap for understanding the events. The observer had tracked every routine, predicted behavior, and acted with precision. And when the Millers disappeared, only their diaries, boxes, and the brass key remained to mark the carefully orchestrated removal. Visitors today often report feelings of unease along the property's edge. Walking through the cornfields in October, they sense shadows at the periphery, faint pulsing lights, and whispers in the wind. The farmhouse, barns, and fields carry memory, while animals react to patterns invisible to humans. The land itself seems to hold the story, patient and deliberate, waiting for someone to observe and understand. The brass key's significance grows when viewed in context. It is not merely a physical object. It represents perception, attention, and comprehension. It symbolizes the act of noticing subtle patterns, of following deliberate traces, and of acknowledging the intelligence that orchestrated the Millers' disappearance. Silent, patient, deliberate, it mirrors the presence that removed the family from their home. Despite decades of investigation, no conclusive explanation exists. Some theorize a human observer, obsessive, patient, capable of meticulous planning. Others suggest something beyond human comprehension, an intelligence that observes, waits, and acts across generations without detection. Whatever the case, the evidence suggests deliberate observation, patient orchestration, and the careful removal of the family, leaving only traces behind. The town of Harvest Creek itself seems aware. Residents speak quietly of the farmhouse, barns, cornfields, and persistent lights. Visitors feel subtle unease, shadows flickering at the periphery, whispers on the wind, and the impression of being observed. The land remembers, carrying the events forward through time, silent but deliberate. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. Absence leaves patterns, and those patterns endure. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and subtle animal behavior all point to an intelligence behind the events, patient, deliberate, and unseen. The Millers remain, not in presence, but in memory, in land, in the flickering lights and whispers, in the diary, photographs, and boxes. A patient, deliberate presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding those who observe that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, and eternal. Harvest Creek remembers. It waits, it observes, and the story, patient and deliberate, continues to linger in the wind, the cornfields, and the shadows. Harvest Creek held onto its quiet, almost fragile calm, yet beneath that surface lay layers of memory, shadows, and subtle tension. The Millers' farmhouse sagged beneath decades of neglect. The barns leaned with age, and the cornfields stretched wild and untamed. Even the wind seemed charged with awareness, rustling through the stalks as if carrying fragments of stories long past, fragments only perceptive listeners could sense. The Millers' diaries and boxes had become the focal point for investigators and researchers. Caroline Miller's entries revealed intentional patterns, repeated phrases, subtle punctuation, and spacing that suggested more than mere recording of events. Lines like, "They are patient," "Follow the shadows," "Do not be seen," "Before dawn," appeared in variations across multiple pages, hinting at instructions or coded messages meant to guide an observer who might arrive decades later. Cross-referencing these passages with photographs and property layouts revealed meticulous tracking of the Millers' daily life. Meals, chores, walks through the fields, and leisure activities were documented with precise detail. Photographs captured shadows in unexpected directions, objects slightly moved between images, and framing that suggested careful observation. It was as if someone or something had recorded the family's routines with patience and deliberation, cataloging both behavior and environment for some unknown purpose. The brass key remained unsolved. No lock could be located, yet its presence was deliberate, almost ceremonial. Speculation suggested a hidden compartment in the barn, beneath the farmhouse floorboards, or even buried in the soil near the oak grove. Repeated searches failed to uncover anything. Instead, the key became symbolic, a representation of perception, understanding, and patience, mirroring the intelligence that had orchestrated the Millers' disappearance. Local accounts deepened the mystery. Each October, lights appeared in the cornfields, moving deliberately, flickering, and retreating when approached. Shadows shifted at the field edges, always careful to avoid detection. Animals reacted unusually. Dogs hesitated at invisible boundaries. Deer avoided sections of the fields. Birds altered their flight paths. The land itself seemed attuned to something unseen, patient, deliberate, and enduring. Historical records revealed patterns extending before the Millers. Generations of families who had previously lived on or near the property reported missing objects, strange sounds, distant lights, and abrupt departures. No evidence suggested criminal activity, yet these occurrences mirrored the Millers' experience. Observation, careful monitoring, disappearance, and traces left behind. A pattern spanning decades pointed to a deliberate, patient presence operating in silence. The diary contained subtle warnings and hints of understanding. Watch for the light. Follow the shadows. Do not be seen. They are patient. These instructions aligned with property layouts, photographs, and the brass key. Caroline's writings suggested the Millers had understood, at least partially, that something watched them, yet they were powerless to prevent it. The observer had anticipated behavior, documented it, and acted with meticulous timing. Visitors to Harvest Creek still report eerie sensations. Walking through the cornfields, they feel subtle pressure in the air, flickering lights, and shadows that move without source. The farmhouse, barns, and fields carry memory. The diary, boxes, and photographs serve as tangible evidence of the past. Animals continue to react to invisible patterns, signaling awareness of something beyond human perception. The brass key's significance becomes symbolic rather than practical. It represents attention, observation, and comprehension. It is a reminder to notice subtle patterns, to follow the traces left behind, and to acknowledge the intelligence that orchestrated the Millers' disappearance. Patient, deliberate, and silent, it mirrors the entity or individual responsible. Despite decades of investigation, the truth remains elusive. Some theorize a human observer, obsessive and patient, capable of executing such a precise disappearance. Others suggest an intelligence beyond ordinary comprehension, observing, waiting, and acting across generations. Regardless of the explanation, the evidence points to deliberate observation, patient orchestration, and a removal executed without trace. Harvest Creek itself carries the memory. Residents speak quietly of the farmhouse, barns, cornfields, and persistent lights. Visitors feel the subtle unease, shadows flickering, whispers on the wind, and the impression of being watched. The land remembers, carrying forward the events silently but deliberately. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. Absence leaves patterns, and those patterns endure. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and subtle animal behavior all suggest a meticulous intelligence behind the events, patient, deliberate, and unseen. The Millers remain, not in presence, but in memory, in land, in whispers, in flickering lights, and in the diary, boxes, and photographs. A patient, deliberate presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding those who observe that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, and eternal. Harvest Creek remembers. It waits. It observes. And the story, patient, deliberate, and enduring, continues in the wind, the shadows, and the cornfields, whispering to anyone willing to notice. Harvest Creek's nights remained undisturbed in their surface calm, yet beneath the quiet lay a persistent, almost imperceptible tension. The farmhouse sagged, its paint peeling, barns leaned with the weight of decades, and the cornfields grew dense and untamed. Even the wind carried stories, rustling the stalks as if whispering fragments of events long past. audible only to those patient enough to notice. The Miller's diaries and boxes had become central to understanding the incident, yet each discovery only deepened the mystery. Caroline Miller's entries revealed carefully constructed sequences, repeated phrases, subtle punctuation shifts, and spacing that suggested deliberate coding. Lines like, "They are patient," "Follow the shadows," "Do not be seen," "Before dawn" appeared repeatedly, their small variations hinting at instructions for someone to decode decades later. It was not panic alone. There was intent, precision, and a desire to leave traces for those who could perceive them. Cross-referencing diary entries with photographs and property layouts revealed meticulous monitoring of the Millers' routines. Daily meals, chores, walks through the fields, and moments of leisure were documented in uncanny detail. Photographs revealed shadows in unexpected places, objects slightly altered between shots, and framing that suggested observation from hidden positions. It was as if a patient intelligence had cataloged not only behavior but also the environment itself, anticipating every routine and movement. The brass key remained a central puzzle. No lock could be identified, yet the key's presence was deliberate, almost ceremonial. Some speculated it might fit a hidden compartment in the barn, under the farmhouse floorboards, or even buried near the oak grove. Repeated searches yielded nothing. The key became symbolic, a representation of perception, understanding, and patient observation, echoing the presence that orchestrated the Millers' disappearance. Local accounts added chilling layers. Each October, lights appeared in the cornfields, moving deliberately, flickering, and retreating whenever approached. Shadows shifted at the edges of the fields, careful to avoid direct detection. Animals reacted strangely. Dogs hesitated at invisible boundaries, deer avoided certain areas, and birds altered their flight paths. The land itself seemed attuned to an unseen intelligence, patient, deliberate, and enduring. Historical records revealed a long-standing pattern. Families who had lived on or near the property before the Millers reported missing objects, unexplainable noises, distant lights, and abrupt departures. No evidence suggested human culpability, yet the pattern of observation, monitoring, disappearance, and residual traces persisted across decades. It suggested a deliberate, patient presence, operating quietly and without exposure. The diary hinted at the observer's broader understanding of human behavior and environment. Caroline's final entries emphasized vigilance, awareness, and careful observation. Watch for the light. Follow the shadows. Do not be seen. They are patient. These aligned with photographs, the brass key, and property layouts. Caroline seemed aware that she was being observed, yet powerless to act. The intelligence behind the events anticipated actions, documented them, and executed its plans with clinical precision. Visitors today report lingering unease. Walking along the cornfield edges, they sense shadows at the periphery, flickering lights that evade direct sight, and whispers carried by the wind. The farmhouse, barns, and fields carry memory. The diary, boxes, and photographs provide tangible proof of what occurred. Animals continue to respond to patterns invisible to humans, hinting at the ongoing presence of the orchestrator. The brass key's symbolism grows more profound when seen in context. It represents perception, attention, and understanding. It is a reminder to notice subtle patterns, to follow the deliberate traces left behind, and to acknowledge the intelligence responsible for the Millers' disappearance. Silent, patient, and deliberate, it mirrors the presence that removed the family. Despite decades of investigation, no conclusive explanation exists. Some theorize a human observer, meticulous and patient, capable of executing a disappearance without trace. Others suggest something beyond human comprehension, an intelligence that observes, waits, and acts across generations. Whatever the truth, evidence points to deliberate observation, patient orchestration, and removal executed without leaving a trace. The town of Harvest Creek itself seems aware. Residents speak quietly of the farmhouse, barns, cornfields, and the persistent lights. Visitors often sense subtle unease, shadows flickering, whispers on the wind, and the impression of being watched. The land remembers, carrying the events forward in time, silently but deliberately. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. Absence leaves patterns, and those patterns endure. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and subtle animal behavior all point to a meticulous intelligence behind the events. Patient, deliberate, and unseen. The Millers remain. Not in presence, but in memory, in land, in whispers, in flickering lights, in the diary, boxes, and photographs. A patient, deliberate presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding anyone who observes that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, and eternal. Harvest Creek remembers. It waits. It observes. The story continues in the wind, the shadows, and the cornfields, patient, deliberate, and enduring, leaving anyone who notices with a quiet, unsettling awareness that some mysteries remain unresolved forever. Harvest Creek had long been a town of quiet facades, its streets empty in the evening, the barns and farmhouse standing as mute witnesses to decades of history. Yet beneath the calm, the land carried memory, the weight of events that refused to fade, shadows that lingered longer than natural, and whispers that moved with the wind through the cornfields. Even the faintest movements, the sway of the stalks, the rustle of dry leaves, the distant call of an owl, seemed purposeful, deliberate, as if the land itself remembered every detail. The Millers' diaries had become almost sacred to investigators. Caroline Miller's entries revealed patterns of observation embedded within fear. Repeated phrases, small punctuation changes, and intentional spacing. Lines like, "They are patient," "Follow the shadows," "Do not be seen," "Before dawn" appeared over and over, sometimes in fragments, sometimes complete, hinting at instructions or warnings designed for someone who might arrive decades later. It was more than a record of panic. It was a map of awareness, a guide to understanding the silent force that had orchestrated their disappearance. Photographs aligned with the diaries, revealing subtle, almost imperceptible cues. Shadows fell in unnatural directions, objects shifted slightly between frames, and sequences suggested observation from hidden locations. Every photograph became a piece of evidence pointing to patient, deliberate monitoring, cataloging not only human behavior but the environment itself, light, wind, and even the way animals moved across the land. It was as if someone or something had waited decades to record every detail necessary to understand the family and their routines. The brass key remained an unresolved enigma. No lock could be identified, yet it was intentionally left among the diaries and photographs. Some theorized it could fit a hidden compartment beneath the barn or the farmhouse floorboards, or perhaps be buried in the soil near the oak grove. No searches ever uncovered a match. The key became symbolic, a representation of perception, understanding, and attention to detail. It mirrored the patience and deliberation of the entity that had removed the family from their home. Local reports continued to intrigue researchers. Lights in the cornfields appeared consistently each October, moving deliberately, pulsing faintly, retreating when approached. Shadows flickered at the edges, avoiding direct sight, and animals reacted in unnatural ways. Dogs hesitated at invisible boundaries, deer altered their paths, and birds took unusual flight paths. The land itself seemed aware, observant, patient, and deliberate. Historical accounts revealed a similar pattern long before the Millers arrived. Families who had previously lived on or near the property described missing objects, unexplained noises, distant lights, and sudden departures. There was no evidence of human involvement, yet the sequence of observation, disappearance, and lingering traces repeated across decades. It suggested a patient intelligence, capable of acting over long spans of time, invisible yet unbroken, deliberate yet unseen. The diary's final entries revealed Caroline's awareness and fear. She wrote instructions and warnings for those who might come later. Follow the light, watch the shadows, never be seen. They are patient, they are always watching. Cross-referencing these lines with property layouts, photographs, and the brass key suggested that the Millers had sensed the presence observing them, yet they were powerless to act. The intelligence behind the events anticipated behavior, documented it, and executed actions with unwavering precision. Visitors to the property today report a persistent sense of unease. Walking the edges of the cornfields in October, they feel shadows move just beyond perception, flickering lights that avoid focus, and whispers carried by the wind. The farmhouse, barns, and fields carry the memory of the Millers. Animals continue to react to patterns invisible to human observers, signaling the ongoing presence of the orchestrator. The brass key's significance is symbolic rather than practical. It represents attention, observation, and understanding. It is a reminder to notice subtle patterns, to follow the deliberate traces left behind, and to recognize the intelligence responsible for the Millers' disappearance. Patient, deliberate, silent. It mirrors the presence that removed the family and continues to linger in the land. Despite decades of investigation, the truth remains elusive. Some speculate a human observer, meticulous and patient, capable of executing such a precise disappearance. Others suggest something beyond ordinary comprehension, an intelligence observing, waiting, and acting across generations. The evidence, however, points to deliberate observation, patient orchestration, and removal executed with care, leaving only traces behind. The town itself seems aware of the lingering presence. Residents speak quietly of the farmhouse, barns, cornfields, and the lights that appear each October. Visitors feel subtle tension, shadows flicker, whispers echo, and the impression of being watched persists. The land remembers, carrying forward the events silently yet deliberately. The Harvest Creek incident is not simply a story of disappearance. It is a narrative of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. Absence leaves patterns, and patterns endure. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and subtle animal behaviors all indicate an intelligence behind the events. Patient, deliberate, and unseen, the Millers remain. Not in presence, but in memory, in land, in whispers, in flickering lights, in the diary, boxes, and photographs. A deliberate, patient presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding those who observe that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, and eternal. Harvest Creek remembers. It waits. It observes. The story, patient and deliberate, continues in the wind, the shadows, and the cornfields, leaving anyone perceptive enough with an unsettling realization. Some mysteries are eternal, some presences never depart, and some nights carry shadows that watch and wait forever. And though the farmhouse may decay, the barns collapse, and the cornfields fade with seasons, the presence endures. It is patient. It is deliberate. It is eternal. Harvest Creek had settled into its rhythm, the town appearing outwardly normal. Yet beneath that calm, the land remembered. The farmhouse sagged, barns leaned under decades of neglect, and the cornfields grew tall, wild, and dense. Even the wind seemed charged with memory, rustling through the stalks in patterns that carried whispers only the observant could notice. The Miller's story lingered in every shadow, every flicker of light, and every rustle in the field. The diaries had become the centerpiece of understanding, though understanding remained elusive. Caroline Miller's entries contained repeated warnings, subtle punctuation shifts, and spacing that suggested careful coding. Lines like, "They are patient," "Follow the shadows," "Do not be seen," "Before dawn" recurred with minor variations, hints at instructions meant for someone who might examine the events years later. It was more than fear recorded. It was precise observation, meticulous documentation, and a guide to interpreting the presence that had monitored the Millers. Photographs, when viewed closely, revealed more than mere memories. Shadows appeared in unlikely places, objects subtly shifted between frames, and certain angles suggested that someone had observed without detection. The images were deliberate, almost clinical, a record of daily life and patterns across time. It was as though a patient intelligence had cataloged behavior, timing, and the environment itself, anticipating every movement, every routine, every vulnerable moment. The brass key remained the most enigmatic artifact. No lock could be located. Some theorized it might open a hidden compartment beneath the farmhouse, under the barn, or buried in the fields. Searches revealed nothing, yet its presence was deliberate. It symbolized perception, observation, and attention to detail, mirroring the intelligence that had removed the family. It was a key not to a lock, but to understanding, a reminder that awareness and careful observation might reveal truths otherwise invisible. Local accounts added layers of tension. Each October, lights appeared in the cornfields, moving deliberately, flickering, retreating when approached. Shadows shifted at the field edges, careful to avoid detection. Animals behaved unusually. Dogs hesitated at invisible boundaries, deer altered paths, and birds flew irregularly. The land itself seemed aware, patient, deliberate, and enduring. Records from decades past revealed similar phenomena. Families had reported missing objects, distant lights, unexplained sounds, and abrupt departures. No evidence pointed to human perpetrators, yet the pattern persisted across generations. Observation, removal, traces left behind, and persistent memory etched into the land. It suggested a patient, deliberate intelligence operating silently, meticulously, and over long spans of time. Caroline's final diary entries offered insight into the family's awareness. They emphasized vigilance, careful attention, and understanding of the unseen observer. Watch for the light, follow the shadows, never be seen. They are patient. They are always watching. Cross-referencing these lines with property layouts, photographs, and the brass key suggested the Millers recognized the presence, yet were powerless to act. The intelligence had anticipated behavior, documented it, and executed the disappearance with precise timing. Visitors today report lingering unease. Walking along the cornfield edges, they feel shadows at the periphery, flickering lights evading gaze, and whispers carried by the wind. The farmhouse, barns, and fields carry memory. The diary, boxes, and photographs offer tangible evidence of the events. Animals continue to respond to invisible patterns, signaling ongoing awareness of a presence beyond human comprehension. The brass key's significance is not literal, but symbolic. It represents perception, observation, understanding, and patience. It reminds observers to notice subtle patterns, follow deliberate traces, and acknowledge the intelligence responsible for the Millers' disappearance. Silent, patient, deliberate, it mirrors the orchestrator's behavior. Despite decades of investigation, no definitive explanation exists. Some suggest a human observer, obsessive and patient, capable of executing the disappearance without leaving a trace. Others speculate an intelligence beyond human comprehension, patient, observing, and acting across generations. Regardless of the truth, evidence points to deliberate observation, careful orchestration, and removal executed without leaving clear traces. Harvest Creek itself seems aware. Residents speak quietly of the farmhouse, barns, cornfields, and recurring lights. Visitors experience subtle tension, shadows flickering, whispers in the wind, and the sense of being watched. The land remembers, carrying events forward silently yet deliberately. The Harvest Creek incident is more than a disappearance. It is a story of observation, patience, and enduring mystery. Absence leaves patterns, and patterns endure. The diary, boxes, photographs, brass key, flickering lights, and subtle animal behaviors indicate a patient, deliberate intelligence operating unseen. The Millers remain, not in presence, but in memory, in the land, in flickering lights, in whispers, in the diary, boxes, and photographs. A patient, deliberate presence endures, marking time across decades, reminding anyone observing that some mysteries never end, some disappearances are never explained, and some shadows wait, silently, unyielding, eternal. Harvest Creek remembers. It waits, It observes. The story continues in the wind, the shadows, and the cornfields. Every rustle of leaves, every flicker of light, every whisper in the wind is a trace of presence, patient and deliberate. Even as the farmhouse decays, barns collapse, and cornfields return to earth, the intelligence endures. It is patient. It is deliberate. It is eternal. And so, if you ever find yourself walking near Harvest Creek after dark, pause and listen. Notice the faint flicker of light between stalks, the subtle shift of shadow at the edge of your vision, the way animals hesitate or glance toward emptiness. You may not see it, you may not hear it clearly, but it is there, patient, deliberate, watching, and it has been for longer than anyone will ever truly know.
You're listening to Midnight Horror Whispers, the show where true stories from the edge of reality find their way into your ears. Wherever you are tonight, curled up in bed, driving down a quiet road, or sitting alone with the lights low, I want you to relax, take a deep breath, and let yourself sink into the story. Tonight, we have a chilling tale from rural America. A story that feels so real, you might find yourself checking your own windows after it's done. So, dim the lights, get comfortable, and prepare for the account of one man's encounter with something that shouldn't exist. And now, our guest speaks for the first time. He's here to tell us, in his own words, what happened to him. Wherever you're listening from, remember to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoy these true tales. And now, I'll let him take over.
My name's Daniel. I grew up in a small town in northern Kentucky, not far from the Ohio border. I wasn't much for ghost stories, never believed in them, really. But the summer after I turned 27, I moved into an old farmhouse my grandfather left me, sitting alone at the end of a dirt road that the locals just called the Hollow. It was late August when I first arrived. The sun was setting behind the ridges, and the air smelled of hay and wet earth. The house looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. Paint peeling, windows dusty, shutters hanging off their hinges. I thought it was perfect, quiet, secluded, my kind of place. The first night, I unpacked, made a small fire in the old stone fireplace, and tried to convince myself that the creaks and groans of the old house were just what's settling. But even as I told myself that, I couldn't shake a feeling, like I wasn't supposed to be alone in that place. It started with small things. The floorboards in the hallway would squeak even when I hadn't stepped near them. I'd be in the kitchen, and the pantry door would swing open on its own, just a crack, as if someone had brushed past. I tried to ignore it. I kept telling myself that wind, or maybe an animal, was responsible. Then I found the first note. It was tucked behind a loose brick in the fireplace. A scrap of yellowed paper with words written in messy, slanted handwriting. Leave before night. I thought it was a prank, or maybe left by my grandfather decades ago as a joke. I laughed, crumpled it up, and threw it in the fire. But the unease wouldn't leave me. That night I heard it, the footsteps. Slow, heavy, walking from the hallway to the kitchen, then stopping right behind me. I froze. My heart was pounding. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to know. The next morning, the note was back. Same words, same handwriting, now pressed on the kitchen table. Leave before night. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound was amplified. The wind through the broken shutters sounded like whispering voices. Somewhere upstairs, I thought I heard someone walking across the floorboards, even though the attic had been locked since I got there. Days passed, and the incidents grew stranger. Mirrors would fog up, even when the house was cool. I would wake in the middle of the night to the feeling of someone standing at the foot of my bed. Always there, watching, silent. One evening, I went to the barn at the edge of the property. It had been empty for years, and I wanted to clean it up. As I opened the rusted door, I felt a cold wave rush past me, like someone had pushed through the air. Inside, the barn was empty, or so I thought. In the far corner, I saw a figure, a shadow of a man, hunched over like he was kneeling. I called out. No response. When I took a step closer, the shadow disappeared. After that, things escalated quickly. The knocking started. At first, it was occasional on the walls, on the floor, in the ceiling. Then it became constant. Every night, without fail, it would start just after midnight. A rhythm, like a heartbeat, pounding through the house. And then the whispering. Names, my name, softly at first, then louder, more insistent. I tried to leave, packed my things. But the moment I hit the dirt road to the main highway, something stopped me. The air grew thick, like the fog in the valley had suddenly dropped, and I could see the farmhouse from the road. But the lights were on. There weren't supposed to be lights on. The place had no electricity connected. Yet, through the windows, I saw shadows moving. Not me moving. Not the wind. Shadows of people, of figures. Watching. Waiting. I've told myself since then that maybe I imagined it. Maybe the isolation, the heat, The stress of moving into an old house did something to my mind. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know, even now, that the hollow doesn't want anyone there. I sleep with the lights on now. I've never returned to that farmhouse since I left. But some nights, when the wind shifts just right, I swear I hear footsteps again. Outside my window. Slow. Heavy. Waiting. The days after that first night were a blur of unease and exhaustion. I tried to get back to a routine, fixing the roof, clearing weeds from the yard, even painting the peeling shutters. But no matter what I did, the house had its own rhythm, its own will. It was the third night that things went beyond just shadows and whispers. I was lying in bed, the ceiling fan creaking, when I felt it again, that presence at the foot of my bed. But this time I could see it. Not clearly, but enough. A figure, darker than the room, standing silently, watching me. My heart froze. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come. My body felt heavy, as though the air itself had turned to lead. I blinked, and it was gone. But the weight didn't leave. I could feel it all around me, pressing in like the walls were closing. I got up, shakily, and went to the window. The valley outside was quiet, empty, peaceful, except for one thing. In the distance, near the edge of the forest, there was movement. Figures, slowly emerging from the tree line. Not running, not walking, gliding almost. I told myself it was a trick of the moonlight, shadows of trees and branches. I wanted to believe that, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they knew I was watching, that they were waiting. The next morning, I found the second note. Same messy handwriting, same yellowed paper, but this one had changed. It said, "You can't leave." That hit me harder than anything before. I'd felt it before, that fear in my chest, but reading those words made it tangible. The house wasn't just haunted, it was alive, and it didn't want me to go. I began to notice things in the daytime too. Small things like objects moving when I wasn't looking. A chair shifted an inch, a plate overturned in the sink. But more disturbing were the sounds. Footsteps in the hallways during the afternoon, soft at first, then growing louder as if something was pacing, circling me. Sometimes I would hear laughter, low, guttural, almost human but not quite. One night, desperate for sleep, I tried to convince myself that facing it would make it stop. I sat in the living room, flashlight in hand, and called out, "Who's there?" Silence. Then, a whisper so close it felt like it was inside my skull. "Don't leave. Stay forever." I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom. But it didn't matter. That night I saw the walls move. Not slowly, but rippling, like the house itself was breathing. Shapes formed in the shadows. Faces, twisted and screaming silently. Couldn't look away, couldn't move. I was trapped in that living nightmare, paralyzed by fear and fascination at the same time. Days blended into nights. I lost track of how long I'd been there. Food sat uneaten. The mail piled up. When I forced myself to step outside, the air felt heavier, thicker. The valley, the trees, the field beyond the barn. All of it felt wrong, like I'd stepped into a place that wasn't meant for the living. It was during one of those desperate daylight walks that I found the old well behind the barn. The stones were covered in moss, and the water inside was black and still. I don't know why I felt compelled to look, but I leaned over the edge. For a moment, I thought I saw faces in the water. Pale, desperate faces, pressing against the surface from below. I stumbled back, heart racing, and the air turned icy cold. The whispering followed me back to the house. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every creak, every shadow, every whisper felt like it was coming from inside me. I tried talking to myself, rationalizing, but it was useless. And then I heard it. A voice, clear and unmistakable, whispering my name from the basement. I don't know why I went down there. Curiosity, courage, or the sheer terror of not knowing. The basement door was cold to the touch. The air inside smelled of damp earth and decay. As I descended the steps, I felt fingers brush my shoulder. Not human fingers. Long, thin, icy. I spun around, nothing. And then I saw it. At the far corner, where the shadows pooled thickest, a figure crouched. Its head tilted unnaturally, and its eyes, if you could call them that, reflected the faint light from the single bulb overhead. It didn't move. It just watched me. And for the first time, I understood. This wasn't random haunting. This was intentional. It was waiting. I ran back upstairs, heart hammering, and locked every door I could find. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. The house was alive, breathing, watching. And every night it became more daring, more bold. I began to realize that staying was a trap. But leaving wasn't an option either. Something didn't want me to leave. And I was learning too late that the house had a way of making that clear. I thought I'd seen everything the house had to offer by then, but I was wrong. By the 4th week, the presence didn't just linger in the shadows. It invaded everything I did. It started with the animals. My old dog, Rusty, who had been my companion for years, refused to come near the house. He would stand at the edge of the yard, growling at nothing, hackles raised, eyes fixed on the house as if he could see them too. One morning, I found him whimpering, nose pressed to the back door, staring at the basement window. I never went down there again. Then came the voices, not whispers this time, but speaking, clear sentences, forming words in a language I didn't understand. The kind of language that makes your stomach twist and your skin crawl. I would wake in the middle of the night to conversations, like dozens of people just beyond the walls, speaking all at once, overlapping, incomprehensible. And every so often, I'd catch one word I understood. My name. Always my name. Objects began moving in ways that defied explanation. Plates slid off counters as if pushed. Chairs tipped over. Doors slammed shut with such force the entire house shook. I tried recording it on my phone, trying to convince myself it was just some trick I was imagining. But the recordings were always silent. Nothing. Just static, like the house itself swallowed the evidence. One night, I decided to leave. I packed my things, called a cab, and even started my car. The engine wouldn't start. The radio, which hadn't worked in years, came alive suddenly, blaring static, then faint, distorted laughter. I slammed my hands against the steering wheel, trying to make it stop. And then I heard it, footsteps behind me. Not on the road, not outside. Inside the car. Heavy, deliberate, pacing. I didn't look back. I knew what I'd see. I finally managed to get the engine running and drove as fast as I could down the hollow road. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, I swear I saw it. The figure from the basement, standing in the middle of the road, watching me go. And then it vanished. Back at the house the next day, or what I thought was the next day, I found the notes again. More of them, taped to the walls, scattered across the kitchen table, tucked inside drawers. But these weren't warnings anymore. They were demands. You belong here. Don't try to leave. Forever. And it wasn't just the house anymore. I started seeing them outside. At night, when I tried to leave for groceries or even a walk, shadows appeared at the edge of the fields, just standing there, watching, always watching. Their forms weren't solid, more like smoke shaped into figures, but when I looked away, I could feel their gaze on me. Sleep became impossible. I would wake to feeling hands on my face, cold, clawing, pressing me down. Shadows crawling along the walls, whispering my name. Sometimes, when I turned on the lights, I would catch glimpses of them in the corners of my eyes. Pale faces with hollow eyes, mouths moving in silent screams. One evening, I sat on the porch, trying to keep my sanity. The sun had set, the air was thick and still, and then I heard it, a child laughing. Sweet, high-pitched, innocent, but coming from the barn. The barn had been empty for decades. Rusty barked and bolted from the porch, refusing to return. I grabbed a flashlight and forced myself toward the barn. Inside, the air was frigid. My breath came in clouds. And there, at the far end, was a little girl, pale, eyes dark and hollow, staring at me. She raised a finger, pointed directly at me, and whispered, "Stay." I ran back to the house and locked every door, every window. I stayed up all night, flashlight in hand, praying it would be gone in the morning. But when dawn came, The house was quiet only on the surface. Shadows still lingered in the corners. Faces pressed against the windows, mouths moving silently. That's when I realized this wasn't just a haunting. The house didn't want me out of curiosity. It wanted me trapped, and it would do anything to keep me there. Anything. I stopped counting the nights. Sleep didn't matter anymore. Daylight didn't either. The house had swallowed both. By the 5th week, time began to feel broken. Clock stopped. My phone battery would drain within minutes, no matter how long I charged it. Some mornings I'd wake and the sun would already be gone. As if I'd slept through an entire day I couldn't remember. The house had changed, too. The walls looked darker, as if stained by something seeping through from the other side. The smell of damp earth and rot never left. And the sounds, those were the worst. You'd think it would be the screams or whispers, but no. It was the breathing. I could hear the house breathing, every night. Long, deep, human breaths coming from the walls themselves. I started marking days on the kitchen wall to keep my sanity. But one morning, all the marks were gone. In their place was one message, carved into the plaster: "Stay home." Rusty was gone by then. I found the back door open, his collar lying on the porch. There was blood on the steps. I never saw him again. Something in me broke that night. I decided I'd rather die trying to leave than rot in that house another day. I packed what I could and waited for dawn. But when I opened the front door, dawn never came. It was night outside, black, endless night. The sky was wrong, full of stars I didn't recognize. The air was thick, heavy, almost solid. I stepped outside and realized I wasn't standing on my porch anymore. The field was gone. The trees were gone. The world was gone. All that existed was the house behind me, glowing faintly in the dark, and an ocean of nothing stretching out forever. I turned to go back inside, but the door had closed. I pounded on it, screaming, begging. The wood felt alive under my fists, pulsing with every hit. Then I heard it whisper, right next to my ear, "You are home." When I woke, I was back in bed. Morning sunlight through the window, birds chirping outside. For a second, I thought it was all a nightmare. But when I looked down, my hands were covered in dust and splinters. My knuckles were bruised. I'd really been outside wherever outside was. The notes had returned, hundreds of them now, pinned to the walls, the ceiling, the furniture, each one written in the same hand. Some said my name over and over. Some said things I didn't understand. But one message appeared more than any other. Under the floor. I don't know why I listened. Maybe I was too tired to fight. Maybe curiosity finally replaced fear. But I tore up the old floorboards in the living room, one by one. Underneath, I found dirt, fresh, disturbed soil, and something buried just beneath it. It was a box, small, wooden, wrapped in cloth that smelled like mold and iron. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, of people I'd never met. Men, women, children, all standing in front of the farmhouse, smiling faintly, eyes dull and empty. And at the back of the box was a final picture. It was me, standing at the porch, smiling that same empty smile. I dropped the box, stumbled back, and that's when I saw them again. Dozens of figures standing outside the windows, surrounding the house. Every one of them pale, still watching. The little girl was there too, and this time she wasn't alone. They started moving closer, pressing their faces against the glass, their mouths moving in perfect silence. I could see their lips forming one word, over and over, "Stay." The walls began to shake. The house groaned. The air filled with dust and whispers. The photographs from the box scattered across the floor, sliding toward the fireplace like pulled by invisible hands. I watched, frozen, as they burned without flame, curling, blackening, disappearing into the air. And then everything stopped. Silence. Stillness. Not even my own breath dared to make a sound. That's when I heard it, the faintest sound, coming from below the floor again. A heartbeat. Slow. Heavy. Like the house itself was alive, waiting for me to make my next move. I couldn't sleep that night. Every shadow, every creak, every whisper felt magnified. as if the house itself was breathing over me. But I couldn't ignore what I'd discovered under the floor. The heartbeat. It was calling me, drawing me back. The next evening, I forced myself to return to the living room. The floorboards were still removed, the hole yawning like a dark mouth. The air that rose from it smelled of wet earth and decay. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I knew I had to look. I climbed down into the crawl space. The dirt floor was cold and damp. My fingers dug into the soil as I moved forward, and that's when I saw it. A stone slab slightly raised above the ground. It wasn't part of the foundation, it had been placed there deliberately. Carved into the stone were symbols, strange and jagged, nothing I recognized. The heartbeat grew louder. I swear it wasn't mine anymore. I tried to back away, but the floor beneath me shifted. Not like the wood settling, but alive. Something was moving beneath the dirt. I heard scraping, clawing like nails on bone. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. The slab lifted, or maybe it moved itself. And there, inside a hollow beneath, I saw them, the bodies. Not fresh, not decayed, frozen, preserved in some unholy way. Hundreds of them, stacked carefully, faces still intact, eyes wide open. And then I realized something that made my blood run cold. I recognized some of them. People from the town. People who had gone missing over the decades. And in the very center, lying on a bed of dirt, was me, or what looked like me. Face twisted, eyes empty. I wanted to vomit, to run, to tear my own eyes out, but I couldn't move. I was frozen by the sight. The heartbeat was louder now, inside my skull. Then I felt it, hands. Thin, cold, reaching up from the box, grabbing my ankles, my legs, pulling me down. I fought, clawing at the dirt, trying to pull myself back into the crawl space. The walls seemed to shift, closing in. The hands dragged me closer to the bodies, closer to the slab, and the whispers began. Thousands of voices, chanting in that language I didn't understand, repeating one phrase over and over, "Join us." Somewhere deep in my mind, I remembered my grandfather's warning, something he had muttered once as a joke, or so I thought, about the hollow and the farmhouse. Something about it feeding, something about it never letting anyone go. I kicked and twisted, finally breaking free, crawling out of the crawl space, falling onto the living room floor. My flashlight skittered across the room, and then I saw it, the walls, covered in shadows, not human-shaped, more like liquid darkness, moving, swirling, reaching for me. I grabbed my coat, my keys, anything I could take, and ran to the door. But when I opened it, there was nothing. No yard, no dirt road, no morning sunlight. Just blackness. And the figures, the pale, hollow-eyed figures, all around me silently pressing in. The little girl at the center pointing, smiling. I screamed. And then, just like that, I was back in bed. Morning sunlight pouring through the windows. Rusty nowhere to be seen. My heart was racing so hard it hurt. I thought it was over. I thought I had dreamed it all. But when I looked at the living room floor, I saw it. A single note, scribbled on yellowed paper. Welcome home. I knew then, in a way I can never explain, that I had not left. That I would never leave. And the house, it had chosen me to join them, to be preserved, waiting, for the next unsuspecting soul to arrive. After that night, I stopped trying to leave. Couldn't. Every attempt, every plan, ended the same way. I woke back in my bed, the sun streaming in like nothing had happened, and the house waiting, patient, omnipresent. I began to notice things I hadn't before. The mirrors in the house. They weren't reflecting me. They reflected the house, yes, but not me. Sometimes, when I looked long enough, I would catch glimpses of the figures behind me in the glass, watching, always watching, their hollow eyes boring into my back. The sounds became unbearable. The whispers escalated into chanting. Footsteps paced the floor above me, circling, never stopping. And then the scratching began. Nails on wood, walls, floorboards, as if the house itself were trying to tear its way open from inside. I tried to communicate with them, in the only way I could think. I spoke aloud, begged for mercy, pleaded to leave. And one night, I heard a response. A voice, deep, low, echoing, from the walls themselves. You belong. The air turned thick, hot, and heavy, and the shadows started to move on their own. They swirled around me, forming shapes, distorted, impossible angles, faces I recognized and faces I did not. The little girl appeared again, floating above the floor, pointing at me, smiling that same empty smile. Then the room shifted. The walls stretched, warped, turning into a corridor that seemed to go on forever. I ran, even though I didn't know where I was going. I screamed, but no sound came. The floor pulsed beneath my feet, rising and falling like the beating of a great heart. I could feel it in my chest, in my skull, as if the house had become a part of me. Somewhere along the way, I saw the photographs again. They floated in the air, spinning slowly, showing images of everyone who had entered the house before me. People I recognized from town, strangers, faces smiling, faces twisted in terror. And in the very center, my own photograph appeared, slowly decaying, eyes darkening. I don't know how long I ran through that endless corridor. Time lost all meaning. Every step I took was mirrored by shadows, by whispers, by cold, crawling hands. The house was alive, aware, feeding on my fear. And somewhere in the distance, I could hear a laugh, low, guttural, as if it had been waiting decades for me to arrive. By the end of that night, I realized something I hadn't dared to admit. The house didn't just want me there. It wanted me to see, to understand. It wanted me to join. And no matter what I did, no matter how I ran, how I screamed, how I begged, I couldn't escape. I've tried to rationalize it since. Isolation, stress, sleep deprivation. Maybe I'm losing my mind. But I know the truth. And if you ever come across that farmhouse at the end of the hollow, don't go in. Don't look at the windows. Don't stay. Because once you do, it's already too late. By the time the 7th week came, I stopped keeping track of days entirely. I didn't eat much. I didn't drink much. The house had me, body and soul. Every step I took, every breath I drew, felt like it belonged to the walls themselves. It started with the shadows becoming solid. Not just forms, not just glimpses in corners, but full figures, moving through the house as if they had weight. They walked the halls, stared through the windows, leaned over furniture. And they weren't silent anymore. They whispered my name, called me to join them, laughed in that hollow way that made my bones ache. The little girl appeared again, only she wasn't alone. There were others with her now, pale, hollow-eyed children, standing silently in the corners, their eyes following me, their smiles empty and cruel. One of them stepped forward, and I realized it wasn't a child at all, just a figure made to look like one, stretched and twisted, impossibly thin, long limbs bending where they shouldn't. And then I heard it, the heartbeat, not the quiet one from before, but loud, deafening, like the house had become a living thing with one massive, monstrous heart. The floor beneath me throbbed in time with it. I fell to my knees, pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't stop. I could feel it in my chest, in my skull, in my very bones. I tried to run, but the walls shifted again, turning the rooms into endless corridors. The doors I tried to open led nowhere, only deeper into the maze. And the shadows followed, circling, moving, always just beyond the reach of the flashlight I held in trembling hands. That's when I saw them, the faces, hundreds, maybe thousands, pressed into the walls themselves. Not painted, not drawn, living faces. Silent, expressionless, eyes staring through me, mouths moving in slow, dreadful motions. They were the people who had come before me, and I knew with absolute certainty that I was next. I screamed until I couldn't scream anymore. I ran until I couldn't run anymore. And then I felt it, the hands again, cold, rigid, clawing at me, dragging me toward the center of the house. I fought, twisted, kicked, but I couldn't break free. The shadows, the walls, the very floor were alive, holding me, shaping me, pulling me down. And the little girl, she floated above me now, pointing, smiling, her eyes empty pits of nothing. Around her, the other figures closed in, circling, whispering, chanting, reaching, pulling, dragging. And I realized, in a moment of horrifying clarity, that I wasn't just trapped. I was becoming part of the house. The heartbeat swallowed me, the whispers consumed me, and as the shadows pressed closer, I knew I would never leave. Not really. The house had claimed me, and I understood, finally, the truth my grandfather had hinted at. The hollow doesn't just haunt, it feeds, and it waits for those foolish enough to step inside its walls. I don't remember how long it's been. Days, weeks, maybe years, I can't tell anymore. Time doesn't exist in the hollow. The house has no regard for it. It only exists to feed, to trap, to consume. I am still here, not fully myself. The shadows and the walls, the whispers and the heartbeat, they've made me part of the house. I can feel it in my chest, in my limbs, in my thoughts. Sometimes, I catch glimpses of my old body lying in the photographs, the empty-eyed version, waiting silently beneath the floorboards. And sometimes, I see new faces, strangers, foolish people who came too close, peering through the windows, and the house smiles for them, silently, hungrily. I've tried to warn people. I've tried to tell them not to come, not to step onto the hollow's dirt road. But the words never leave me. They're trapped here too, like me, just echoes carried on the wind that seeps through the cracks and broken windows. If you ever find yourself near an old, isolated farmhouse at the end of a dirt road in the hollow, don't stop. Don't even glance at it. Don't let curiosity or disbelief lure you in. Once you step inside, the walls will watch, the shadows will wait, and the heartbeat will call. And no matter how fast you run, no matter how loud you scream, no matter what you do, it will not let you go. I am Daniel, and I am still here.
Welcome to Midnight Radio Horror. Tonight, we bring you the story of Aaron, a man whose ordinary life took a terrifying turn. A story that will follow him from his childhood all the way into the shadows that haunt him now. Sit back, relax, let the rain sounds soothe you, and let the black screen guide your imagination. Here's Aaron.
My name is Aaron, and I grew up in a small, almost forgotten town in rural Kentucky called Leachfield. Population barely a few thousand. A town where everyone knows your name, your business, and your past before you even realize it. I was the youngest of 3 kids, and my childhood was simple, sometimes painfully ordinary. But ordinary has a way of hiding the things you never expect, the things that can crawl into your life unnoticed, until one day they're all you can see. My father, Ray, was a quiet man, stern in his own way but kind. He drove trucks for a living, often gone for days, sometimes weeks, hauling goods across the country. He'd come back with stories about roadside diners, storms that made bridges sway, and strangers who smelled of something otherworldly. I loved those stories. They made the world bigger than the small farmhouse we lived in. My mother, Linda, stayed home with us kids. She was the warmth of our house, the smell of fresh bread baking, the hum of a lullaby that never seemed to leave her lips. She worried about everything, especially me. I was restless, always wandering, always poking my nose where it didn't belong. Maybe that's why some of the things that happened to me later hit me so hard. I had always been curious, always looking too far, too deep. Dad had one obsession, his radio. Not a TV, not a computer, not even the truck's CD. An old shortwave radio that sat on a shelf in the garage. He said it kept him company, that the voices from faraway stations made the nights less lonely. I didn't understand it as a kid. It was just a box with a speaker and dials, dusty, humming with static. But to him, it was alive. He died when I was 12. Heart attack. No warning. Just gone. I remember standing at the funeral, my chest tight, staring at his casket, and thinking I could still hear him humming from the garage. Mom cried. My siblings tried to console me. Couldn't breathe. After Dad passed, the house felt empty. I remember walking into the garage one night, the radio sitting there as it always had, but now silent, still lifeless. I didn't touch it. Couldn't. It felt wrong, like it belonged to him and him alone. Life went on. I went to school, graduated, left for college. Life was busy enough to ignore the hollow spaces in my memories. But I always came back home, especially after Mom passed 10 years later. Alone in the house, surrounded by shadows and memories, the radio seemed to call to me. Not with sound, but with a weight in the air, a pull I couldn't explain. The first incident happened on a stormy night. Rain hammered the roof, wind rattled the windows. The electricity flickered and died. I went to the garage to find some candles. That's when I saw it, Dad's old radio. Dusty, static on the surface, just sitting there, waiting. I don't know why I touched it. Curiosity, maybe. Pull, maybe. I wiped the dust away, plugged it in. The hum was immediate. Low, steady, like the heartbeat of the house. I laughed nervously. It's just the storm, I whispered, and then I heard it. My name, Aaron. I froze. My pulse pounded. My breath hitched. Sounded like him. My father. The voice I hadn't heard in years. I stumbled back. Dad. I whispered. Nothing. The static hummed, but no answer. Then it came again, clearer. You shouldn't have turned it back on. The cold hit me then. Not the wind outside. Not the storm. Something inside the house, inside the air, that wrapped around me like icy fingers. I wanted to run, to yell, but my legs wouldn't move. I convinced myself it was my mind. After all, memories of my father were strong. Perhaps I was imagining the voice. But then it said my mother's name. Linda. She'd been gone for 10 years. And the voice, it wasn't angry. It wasn't pleading. It was calm. Familiar. Waiting. I felt it then, a presence. Watching. Patient. Waiting for me to make a move. My heartbeat thundered in my chest. The hum of the radio grew louder. like it had something to say that no one else could hear. For nights after, the radio whispered, sometimes names, sometimes memories, sometimes things I couldn't understand. Things from the past I hadn't remembered. Shadows moved in the corners of the garage. Cold crept into my bones. The house felt alive, and not in a good way. I didn't sleep. I barely ate. Every night, around midnight, the voices returned. Sometimes Dad, sometimes Mom, sometimes both. Sometimes something new, something darker. I knew then that the radio was more than a radio, that something in it, or something connected to it, hadn't left with my parents, that it had been waiting, and now it was reaching for me. And that's how it all began, with a storm, a dusty old radio, and voices that shouldn't exist anymore. Voices that were mine to hear whether I wanted to or not. The first night I realized it wasn't just imagination. The first night I knew something was reaching through the static. Started like any other stormy evening. Rain pattered against the roof, wind rattling the old windows. I had been in the living room, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the unease that had become normal in the house. It was around midnight when I heard it. Not the hum I was used to, but a whisper. My name. Clear. Aaron. I froze. The hair on my arms stood on end. My pulse raced. My body wanted to run, but my curiosity, or maybe my denial, kept me rooted. I whispered back, Dad. Silence. Then the whisper returned, slightly louder this time. Closer. Not from the garage, not from the walls. From everywhere. From nowhere. Aaron. I swallowed hard, feeling a cold trickle down my spine. The room seemed to stretch. Shadows lengthened unnaturally. I reached for the radio, though I knew it was unplugged, powerless. The moment my hand touched it, a low hum surged through the room. Not from electricity, not from sound. Something deeper, vibrations that rattled my bones. And then I heard another voice, softer, almost a sigh. My mother's. Aaron. Couldn't breathe. I stumbled backward, colliding with the couch. My heart felt like it would explode. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Old memories? Stress? Sleep deprivation? But then the voices merged, overlapping, calling, coaxing, whispering fragments of memories. Childhood birthday parties, scraped knees, bedtime stories. Then things I didn't recognize, things I couldn't explain. I wanted to scream. I wanted to flee, but something held me there, gripping me with a cold, invisible hand. I sat on the floor, hugging my knees, listening. Then the air shifted. The room grew colder. Frost formed along the edges of the windows, curling like spiderwebs. My breath fogged in the air, and then I saw movement. Shadows shifting, stretching across the walls. Not my own. Not any shape I recognized. Figures that didn't belong. One shadow separated itself from the rest. Small at first, then taller, humanoid. Slowly, deliberately moving toward me. I scrambled backward, tripping over the coffee table. The hum of the radio intensified. The voices weren't just voices anymore. They were laughter, crying, murmurs, whispers in languages I didn't know, interwoven with fragments of my parents' voices. I got to my feet and ran, through the living room toward the garage door. The shadow followed, gliding across the floor. My legs burned. My lungs ached, but I couldn't stop. I reached the garage. I fumbled with the door handle. It wouldn't budge. Cold air gusted in through the cracks, carrying whispers I could almost understand. Aaron, come with us. And then I felt it, a touch. Not soft, not gentle, but firm, cold, pressing against my shoulder. I spun around, expecting something, but nothing was there. My flashlight, dead. My phone, no signal. And the radio, unplugged, still hummed, vibrating with a life of its own. The whispers intensified, forming words I could finally understand. You were always curious. Now you see. Now you listen, now you belong. I slammed the door open and bolted outside. The storm had eased into a drizzle, fog crawling low across the yard. The air was thick, heavy. I stumbled over wet grass, heart hammering. Then I stopped. Something drew my eyes to the old oak tree at the edge of the yard. Fog curled around it, moving like fingers. And there, just beyond the mist, I saw them, silhouettes. Not fully human, not fully shadow. Watching, waiting. A whisper floated on the wind. "Aaron, you're ours now." I don't remember how I got back inside. Only that I collapsed on the couch, soaked, shivering uncontrollably. The radio sat in the corner, silent, seemingly harmless. But I knew better. Every night since, the voices returned. Some nights just whispers. Some nights, full conversations. Sometimes laughter. Sometimes screams. Sometimes a lullaby that turns cold and sharp, like broken glass sliding across my skin. And every night, I see shadows. Not always in the same place. Not always the same shape. But always watching, waiting, patient. I've tried to explain it, to rationalize it, tell myself it's grief, sleep deprivation, stress, but it's not. The radio isn't just a radio. The voices aren't just memories. And I know now, the past doesn't stay buried. It reaches, it waits, calls. And tonight, I know it will call again. After that first terrifying night, I couldn't ignore what was happening. I couldn't pretend it was just my imagination. I knew that radio, my father's old shortwave, had a presence, a will, something that wanted to reach me. I didn't know why. I didn't know how. But I knew I had to understand it, even if it scared me more than anything else I'd ever faced. The next morning, I started with research. I dug through Dad's old notebooks, the ones he kept in the garage beside the radio. Handwritten notes about frequencies, call signs, distant stations, and strange occurrences he never told anyone. Some of the pages were illegible, smeared with what looked like water stains or maybe sweat. He'd circled certain frequencies in red ink, always noting the same thing: unstable, dangerous. I wasn't sure what he meant. Dangerous how? To whom? But I felt it already. Whatever my father had encountered, I was stepping into it now. That night, I turned the radio on again. I carefully tuned it to the frequency Dad had circled in one of the notebooks. Static filled the room, but beneath it, I could hear faint whispers, names, places, fragments of conversations I didn't recognize. Then it spoke, clearer than ever. My father's voice. "Aaron, you found it." I froze. The hairs on my arms and neck stood on end. "Dad, what is this?" I whispered. The static swelled. And then my mother's voice joined him. Soft, almost mournful. "You shouldn't be here." The voices weren't just memories anymore. They had intent. They weren't comforting or nostalgic. They were warning me, guiding me, or maybe testing me. I decided I needed to record everything. I set up an old tape recorder on the garage shelf right beside the radio. If this was real, if what I was hearing wasn't my mind breaking, I needed proof. I needed to understand. Hours passed. The storm outside returned, wind howling against the house. The radio hummed steadily, then whispers, first indistinct, then clear. "Aaron, come closer. See the truth." I leaned in. The static thickened, almost choking me with sound. And then, in a split second, I saw it. A figure barely visible standing behind the radio. It wasn't fully human, but it wasn't fully shadow either. Seemed waiting, patient, watching. I stumbled backward. My hands shook. The recorder continued to click and whir, picking up every whisper, every breath, every chilling syllable that formed words I couldn't comprehend. For weeks, I listened to the recordings. Every night the voices changed, evolved, revealing snippets of my father's experiences. Memories I didn't know existed, secrets of the town, the house, even the radio itself. One night, the voice said something I couldn't ignore. "You must leave before it takes more than your curiosity." Curiosity, that's what had always gotten me into trouble. And I realized now it might be the thing that destroys me. Then objects in the garage began moving on their own. The radio itself would tilt slightly, as if reacting to the voices. My father's tools clattered off the workbench. scattered across the concrete floor, and I wasn't imagining it. The tape recorder picked it all up. Metallic clanging, faint whispers, urgent murmurs. I tried to leave the garage once, but the door wouldn't budge. The air was heavy, thick, almost viscous. Cold seeped into my bones, freezing my movements, locking my breath. And then I felt it again. A presence brushing against my shoulder, circling me, invisible yet tangible. It was then I understood. The radio wasn't just transmitting voices. It was a gateway, a conduit to something beyond. Something that had been connected to my father, and now, through me, it wanted more. Couldn't sleep. I barely ate. Days blurred together, but the recordings continued. They told stories, whispers of places my father had never visited, warnings of things I couldn't yet see, instructions in languages that made my stomach twist. One night, I dared to follow them. The static formed shapes, faint shadows in the corner of the garage. They pointed toward the back wall. And there, behind the old storage shelves, I found a hidden compartment. Inside, a collection of papers yellowed with age. Diagrams of the radio frequency charts, symbols I couldn't recognize. And photographs, black and white images of my father standing beside a man I didn't know. A man with eyes so dark, so hollow, it felt like they could swallow me whole. The voices grew frantic, excited. My father's voice pleading, my mother's voice warning. I realized in that moment that whatever this was, it was alive. It watched. It learned. It had been watching my father long before me, guiding him, testing him, maybe even controlling him. I left the garage that night with a pounding heart. I couldn't tell anyone. The town would call me crazy, but I knew the truth. I had touched something old, something patient, something hungry, and the radio, it hummed softly in the dark, waiting. After discovering the hidden compartment in the garage, I couldn't sleep. Every night, the radio hummed, the whispers creeping into my dreams, lingering in the shadows of my room. I started keeping a notebook, trying to write down every word, every sound, every fleeting shadow I caught out of the corner of my eye. The first time it touched me directly, I knew this wasn't just some trick of the mind. I was in the garage, sitting on the concrete floor, flashlight shaking in my hand, tape recorder beside me. The static grew louder than usual, almost drowning out my own breathing. And then I felt it, a hand. Not cold, exactly, but heavy, icy, like metal pressing against my skin. I spun around. Nothing. My flashlight flickered. The air smelled of something metallic, like blood, but faint, old, decaying. The radio clicked on by itself. A low, deliberate hum filled the garage. Then the voice came. Not my father's this time. Not my mother's. Something new. Something older, older than the house, older than the town. A voice that rasped like dry leaves scraping concrete. Aaron, you are here, finally. The hairs on my neck bristled. My knees buckled. I realized I wasn't just hearing it. I was feeling it. Every nerve in my body screamed, warning me to flee. But I couldn't. My curiosity, my obsession had me pinned. The tape recorder picked up words I could barely understand. The static formed shapes, almost like letters, twisting in the air around me. I reached out, trying to touch them. The second my fingers brushed the air, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath came out in thick clouds, and then I felt it again, brushing against my shoulder, moving down my arm, cold and insistent. I fell backward, crashing into the workbench. Tools scattered, the hum of the radio rising, voices overlapping. I couldn't tell one from the other. My father's voice pleading, my mother's voice scolding, and the new voice patient, commanding, cold. I screamed, and then silence. For hours, nothing moved. The radio sat there, lifeless, as if nothing had happened. I checked the tape recorder. The static was recorded, the whispers faintly audible, but the weight in the room, the pressure, the ice in my veins, that wasn't captured. That was real. The next morning, I noticed something else. Marks. Small scratches along my forearm. Not deep, but enough to draw blood. I hadn't been touched by anything tangible. And yet, there they were. My skin burned where they appeared. Over the next few nights, the encounters became more direct. Objects moved on their own. The radio tuned itself to strange, distant frequencies. Sometimes I would hear voices in languages I didn't know. Sometimes my parents' voices would speak over them, guiding me, warning me. And sometimes, I swear I could hear other things. Something old, something hungry, whispering from beyond. One night I saw her, a figure, a girl, pale with dark, hollow eyes. She stood near the oak tree at the edge of the yard, her hair tangled, wet from rain, staring straight at me. She didn't move, but I felt her presence, heavy and demanding. The fog curled around her, shifting, almost like it had a life of its own. "Aaron," the radio whispered. I knew it wasn't safe. I knew I should run, but something in me wanted to approach her. My father had warned me in those scattered notebook entries about obsession, about listening too closely. But I couldn't help myself. I stepped closer. The fog thickened, pressing against my face, curling around my legs. My heart pounded. The girl raised a hand, and suddenly I was pulled forward. Not by wind, not by anything I could see. Something invisible, strong, gripping me, dragging me toward her. I stumbled, fell to my knees. The radio hummed louder, almost singing, almost alive. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the grip released. I scrambled back, gasping, drenched in sweat, shivering. That night, I understood something terrifying. The voices weren't just memories. They weren't just echoes of my parents. They were alive. They were sentient. And they were testing me, shaping me, trying to draw me into a world I couldn't yet comprehend. I barricaded the garage door. I unplugged the radio. I tried to sleep, but it was no use. Shadows moved in my room. Whispers came through my closed windows. The air carried that metallic, decaying smell. And the girl, I saw her at the edge of my vision, always just out of reach. I started losing track of time. Days blurred into nights. Sleep became impossible. I was trapped in a waking nightmare, and the radio never stopped. I knew I had to confront it. I knew I couldn't keep hiding, but I had no idea what I was dealing with. No idea how powerful it was, and no idea if I would survive the night. After that night, after the girl appeared at the edge of the yard and the radio hummed with its strange life, I realized I couldn't ignore it anymore. Whatever was in that radio, whatever had been tied to my father, it wasn't just content with whispers or shadows. It wanted attention. It wanted control. I started keeping a journal, writing every event, every word, every sound, every movement. Because if I went insane, I needed evidence. Proof that this wasn't just grief or stress or isolation talking. It began subtly. I'd hear footsteps in the living room when I was alone. Not the creak of the floorboards, but deliberate steps, pacing, circling me. The radio, unplugged, would suddenly click on. Static, low at first, then forming words I could almost understand. "Aaron, you shouldn't be here." I would look around, heart hammering, but there would be nothing. Only the fog creeping along the corners of the room. The shadows stretching longer than any light source should allow. Then came the knocks. First, I thought someone had broken in. 3 short raps on the window, 3 on the garage door. But the doors were locked. No one was outside. The rain had stopped. The night was silent, except for the insistent tapping. I got close to the radio, and that's when I felt it again. A touch, soft but firm, on my arm. Cold. I spun around, but nothing was there. And then I heard her laugh. Lydia. Soft. Musical. Innocent at first. But underneath it, a rasp. A hunger. I tried leaving the garage, but the door wouldn't budge. The shadows moved differently now. Following me, converging, almost forming shapes. Faces. Not fully formed, but enough to make me recoil. One of them looked like my father, twisted, shadowed, watching me. The radio hummed louder, vibrating through the floor, and the girl, Lydia, appeared again. this time inside the garage. Fog wrapped around her like a cloak. Her eyes were hollow, her skin pale, almost transparent. She didn't speak. She just stared, waiting. I fell to my knees. My notebook slipped from my hands. The papers scattered. And then I understood. She wasn't just a figure. She was part of the radio, part of the static, part of something older than my family, older than the house. I tried shouting at her, "Leave me alone." Nothing. And then she smiled. I don't think you can understand what that smile looked like. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't human. It was patient. Promised something. Pain, probably. Maybe death. But it also beckoned. From that night on, I couldn't sleep in my own bed. Not without the radio playing. Not without the static, the whispers, the lullaby. I started hearing voices everywhere. The fridge hummed. The television emitted static even when unplugged. The air conditioner whispered my name. And Lydia, always Lydia. Waiting, watching, learning. I became obsessed. Obsession replaced fear. I needed to understand her. I needed to know why she was here, why she had chosen me. And the radio, the cursed, humming, alive radio, became my only guide. One night, I traced the frequencies again, searching for her, listening to her. And this time, I understood her language, not words exactly, but feelings, images, memories, whispers of events I hadn't lived, places I hadn't been. But they felt real and horrifying. She showed me things. A man disappearing into a cornfield, screaming, never found. Children laughing in a pond, their eyes hollow. A farmhouse collapsing, its inhabitants trapped inside. And all of it tied to that radio, tied to whoever she was, tied to the shadows that crept behind me even in daylight. The physical manifestations increased. My bedroom walls would sweat, doors slammed, windows rattled violently even without wind. Objects flew. I once woke up to my chair being thrown across the room. No explanation, no one around, but her presence was undeniable. I began to lose myself. Hours blurred into days, days into nights. The radio never stopped. Lydia never left. And I knew deep down she never would. I reached a breaking point. I decided to confront her. I grabbed the radio and carried it outside during a storm. Rain poured, wind howled, lightning flashing across the sky. I held it up and screamed, "Enough! I'm done listening. I'm done." And for a second, silence. Then the hum returned, louder than ever, and I felt her standing behind me, hands on my shoulders. I didn't turn, couldn't. I wanted to die, but I didn't. "Aaron," she whispered, "you can't leave. Not yet." The radio slipped from my hands. It hit the ground. Static exploded into the storm. And then she vanished. For a few hours it was quiet, almost peaceful. But I knew it was temporary. I had looked into the darkness and touched it. And it had touched me back. And now, it's just a matter of time before she returns. The silence didn't last. It never does. 2 nights after the storm, I woke up to find the radio back on my desk, plugged in, turned on. I never brought it back inside. At first, I thought maybe I had done it myself. Sleepwalking, maybe. But the cord, it was melted, like it had been burned through and fused to the wall outlet. And yet, the static buzzed on, loud and alive. I sat there, staring at it in the dark, every hair on my body standing on end. The clock read 3:13 a.m., the same time my father used to wake up screaming. That number, 313, it kept showing up. On receipts, on my phone battery, once even carved into the frost on my truck windshield. And then that night, Lydia spoke again, but not from the radio, from behind me. "You shouldn't have left me in the storm." I froze. My throat went dry. I turned around, and she was there. Not fog this time, not some faint outline. Full, almost human. Her hair was wet, sticking to her face. Her dress was tattered, soaked through. Her eyes were pure white. No pupils, no emotion. Just an emptiness that felt older than time. "You can hear me now," she said. "You opened the door." I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. The air felt thick, like syrup. My body wouldn't obey. And then she smiled again. That same slow, horrifying grin. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, like someone was pushing their fingers through my skull. I don't remember falling, but I woke up on the floor hours later. The radio was silent, and on the wall above it, written in dripping black, "Where's room 313? The next few days are a blur." Sleep meant nothing anymore. When I closed my eyes, I saw her, standing at the edge of my bed, whispering things I didn't understand. When I opened them, she was gone, but her voice stayed. Sometimes it came through the pipes, sometimes the vents, once through my phone when it wasn't even on. They buried me there. They never stopped the broadcast. "You have to finish it." I thought maybe she was tied to a location, that if I found this room 313, I could set her free. I started searching. I went through the old radio logs my father kept. He'd worked for a local AM station, one that shut down years before I was born. WQNR, small-town broadcast, mostly weather and late-night talk shows. But there was one folder he'd labeled Room 313. No date, no context, just recordings, old cassette tapes brittle with age. When I played the first one, I heard his voice, and hers. My father on tape. "Lydia, if you can hear me, this isn't funny anymore." Lydia, faintly, "You said you'd let me through." Then static, then screaming, then silence. I don't know how long I listened, but by the end, I realized the truth. My father hadn't been broadcasting weather reports. He'd been broadcasting her. I drove out to the remains of the station the next morning. A decaying concrete building miles outside town, buried under vines and silence. Inside, it smelled of rust and rot. The air was thick, wet, suffocating. Every step echoed. The walls were lined with soundproof foam that had rotted into fungus. And in the back, there it was, room 313. The door was still marked with my father's name. The knob was cold, like metal left in snow. Pushed it open. The room was small, maybe 10 by 10. A cracked soundboard, broken microphones, a rusted on-air sign that still flickered faintly. And in the middle of the floor, the same model of radio I had at home. I felt her before I saw her. That pressure in my skull again. That chill that makes your teeth ache. The lights dimmed. The static roared to life, louder than ever. And then she was there, standing beside the old soundboard, her face barely illuminated by the flickering on-air light. "You came back," she said. He didn't finish the broadcast. I could barely breathe. My father had warned me. He'd always said the radio could talk back if you tuned too deep into the dark. And now I knew what he meant. I stepped closer. "What do you want from me?" She tilted her head, almost childlike. To be heard. And suddenly, every speaker, every broken piece of equipment in that room came alive. Voices screamed, laughed, cried. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them, all tangled in static. And beneath them all, one voice. My father's, whispered my name. "Aaron, don't let her out." The door slammed shut. The lights went out. The air went cold enough to hurt. I stumbled back, reaching for the knob, but it wouldn't move. The static built until it was all I could hear. My vision blurred. My nose started bleeding. And then, clear as day, right beside my ear, she whispered, "You already did." When I came to, it was morning. The door was open. The radio was gone. I stumbled outside, shaking, half blind from the light. The building was empty, completely silent, but I could still hear the static. Not in my ears, not in my head, but under everything, like the world itself was humming. When I got home, my house was freezing. My breath fogged the air. The lights flickered, and the radio, the one that had vanished, was sitting on the kitchen table, clean, polished, perfectly still. And on its dial, etched in red, was a single phrase. The broadcast never ends. To room 313, I should have run. I should have left the radio, left the town, left everything behind. But I didn't. Curiosity, obsession, maybe stupidity. Whatever it was, I stayed. And that's when it got worse. The radio never left my house. I never saw it being placed there, never heard footsteps. I woke up one morning to find it on the kitchen counter, humming quietly, static filling the corners of the room. Every night, Lydia came back, sometimes at the end of the hallway, sometimes standing behind the shower curtain, sometimes, I swear, inside the mirror, grinning. I began to hear voices even when the radio was off. They didn't whisper anymore. They shouted, screamed, they argued. Hundreds of voices overlapping, incoherent yet purposeful. Aaron, finish it. Turn it back on. Why did you leave me? I tried to block it out. Tried wearing headphones. Tried moving the radio outside into the yard. Tried burning it. Nothing worked. The static followed me. The whispers followed me. Even when I left the house, I started hearing things on my phone. Messages I didn't send. Calls from numbers I didn't know. Voicemail boxes filled with static and laughter. Sometimes the recordings were of me sleeping. Sometimes of me talking. But not my words. Their words. Commands. Warnings. Please. One night, I was awake for hours trying to sleep, trying to ignore it. But then the voice spoke clearly. Aaron, you belong to the broadcast now. I froze. My blood ran cold. My room, once familiar, felt alien. The walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the static. My bed sagged under a weight I couldn't see. Then I heard footsteps, close, circling me. She was here, Lydia, her presence pressing down like water. I dared to open my eyes. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, wet hair plastered to her face, hollow eyes staring straight into mine. Why are you afraid? She asked. I didn't answer, couldn't. I was paralyzed, every nerve screaming, every thought screaming, every muscle locked. You heard them, she said. All of them. Every broadcast, every scream, every whisper. You're mine now. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. The next day, my mind started slipping. I couldn't tell reality from hallucination. Every shadow in my room had a voice. Every reflection whispered my name. Every radio, every speaker, every phone. It was all alive. And the tape recordings I'd made, they started changing. I would play them back, and new whispers would appear. Commands I didn't hear before. Voices of my father screaming, pleading, warning. Aaron, it never ends. Don't listen. I began to hallucinate her everywhere. The streets, the store, the park, she was there. Watching, waiting, silently grinning. I stopped leaving my house. Stopped answering calls. Stopped going outside. But the radio never stopped. It hummed. It whispered. It laughed. And one night, I realized it wasn't just the radio. It was me. Every thought I had, every word I spoke, every heartbeat. All of it pulsed with static, with whispers. I couldn't think my own thoughts anymore. I couldn't speak my own words. It was Lydia, it was the broadcast, it was the radio. Aaron, you're finally ready, she said. I screamed, but no sound came out. The hallucinations grew worse. The walls bled shadows. Mirrors reflected not my face, but hers. The air grew thick, unbreathable. Every night she drew closer. Every day my sanity slipped further. I tried to destroy the radio again. I tried smashing it, burning it, drowning it. Nothing worked. Every attempt ended the same. I would wake up, exhausted, broken, and the radio would be waiting for me in the same spot, humming softly, static leaking into the air like fog. And the whispers, they never stopped. Aaron, finish it. You know what you must do. I didn't know. I didn't understand. But I felt it, deep in my chest. The pull of something ancient, relentless, patient. Something that had been waiting for me my whole life. I started writing again, trying to capture the voices, trying to leave a record in case I didn't survive. But the voices would overwrite me. They would speak through my hand. Words I never thought, thoughts I never had. And the last entry I wrote that night, I don't even remember. Only the words remain, scratched onto the page in shaky, frantic handwriting. She is everywhere. I am nothing. The broadcast never sleeps. She waits, I am hers. I don't know how long I've been trapped in this loop. Days? Weeks? Months? Time doesn't exist the way it used to. Every night is the same. The static hums. The whispers crawl under my skin. And Lydia, she's closer now than ever. The radio sits at the end of my bed, always plugged in, alive, waiting. She appears in every reflection. Every shadow moves like her. She's patient, deliberate, never leaving, never tired, never silent. Last night, I tried one last thing. I thought I could confront her, end it, destroy the source. I took the radio into the garage, poured gasoline over it, and struck a match. The flames roared. Smoke filled the room. I thought I'd finally free myself. But she appeared in the fire. Not a hallucination. Not a trick of my mind. She was real. She was there. "You can't destroy me," she whispered, her voice rising over the crackle of the flames. "You belong to the broadcast now." The fire burned my hands. I screamed. The flames licked my face. And yet, she was unharmed. She reached through the smoke, her fingers brushing my cheek. Ice, sharp, cutting. The radio exploded. Glass and sparks flew. The room went dark. I should have been free. I wasn't, because the moment the explosion ended, I heard it. Static, faint, distant. And then my own voice. "Aaron, you shouldn't have left me alone." I stumbled backward, my chest heaving. The walls of the garage stretched and warped. Shadows elongated. My reflection in a broken mirror showed her face, not mine. And then I realized the broadcast isn't the radio. It's me. Every thought, every heartbeat, every movement. Part of her. Part of Lydia. Part of this endless loop. I tried to scream. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. Only static. Only whispers. I don't know who I am anymore. Maybe I never did. The last thing I remember, before the world shifted completely, she said, "Welcome home," and then silence. Now, sometimes I hear the faint hum in my dreams. Sometimes, when the wind howls, I swear I can hear static creeping through the walls of houses. Radios turning on by themselves, voices whispering names. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's her. Maybe it's you. The broadcast never ends. It never sleeps. It waits. And one day, if you listen too closely, it might find you.
Welcome back, listeners to Midnight Radio Horror, the station that keeps you company when the rest of the world is fast asleep. I'm your host, Ezra Kane, inviting you to settle in. Let the rain tap against your window and drift into tonight's tale. Remember, if you're listening right now, you're not alone. There's always someone awake with you, somewhere. Now, turn off your lights, because tonight's story is called The Man Under the Streetlight.
It started about 3 months ago. I live on the 4th floor of an old apartment complex, the kind that smells like damp concrete and reheated curry. I moved here because it was cheap, quiet, and close to work. Every night, when I get home from my shift, I'd make tea, sit by my window, and just watch. The city always looked softer at night, like all the ugliness melted into the dark. But then I noticed him, a man standing under the streetlight directly across from my building. Always the same spot, always the same time, around 1:15 a.m. At first, I thought he was waiting for someone, or maybe he was a cab driver taking a break. But he never moved, never looked at his phone, never smoked. He just stood there. I told myself it wasn't my business, but every night I kept checking, and every night he was there. After a week, I started to expect him. I'd make tea at exactly 1 in the morning, turn off my room light, and sit by the window. I even started narrating little stories about him in my head, like he was a character from a movie. Sometimes I imagined he was lost. Sometimes I thought he was remembering someone he'd lost. Sometimes I wondered if he was remembering me. That's when I began leaving my curtains open. One night, around 2 a.m., I leaned a bit too close to the glass, and that's when it happened. He tilted his head, just slightly, as if he'd noticed me. It was the tiniest movement, but it froze me. I stepped back from the window, my heart hammering, whispering to myself that it was just coincidence. But after that night, it didn't feel like I was watching him anymore. It felt like he was watching me. 2 weeks later, I told my friend Mia about it over lunch. She laughed. Maybe he's your secret admirer. Yeah, or a serial killer, I joked back. But my voice sounded shaky even to me. When I got home that night, I tried to ignore the window. I turned on the TV, blasted music, scrolled through my phone. But the longer I avoided looking, the more unbearable the curiosity became. At exactly 1:15, I gave in. I peeked through the curtain, and he was gone. I felt a weird disappointment, like missing a TV episode after watching every night for weeks. But then, as I turned away from the window, I caught something in the reflection of the glass. Movement. I spun back, and there he was, closer this time. Not under the streetlight anymore, but in the middle of the road, directly facing my building. My heart dropped. I pulled the curtains shut so hard the rod nearly came off the wall. That night, I didn't sleep. Every creak, every hum from the radiator sounded like footsteps. By morning, I convinced myself I was overreacting. I even laughed about it, told myself I was being dramatic. But the next night, curiosity won again. And when I finally opened the curtain, he wasn't there. Still, something felt wrong. My eyes drifted down, and that's when I saw it. On the sidewalk below my window, a small, folded note, weighed down by a stone. I stared at it for a long time. Then I whispered to no one. He left something. I didn't go down that night, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. By morning, I gave in. I threw on a hoodie and went outside, pretending to check my mail. The note was still there, a little damp from the dew. I picked it up, hands trembling. It was plain white paper, no envelope, no name. When I unfolded it, there was only one sentence, written in small, neat handwriting. You should close your curtains. I didn't sleep that morning. I just sat at my table, staring at the note. You should close your curtains. He knew. He knew I'd been watching him. Every thought spun in circles. Was it a threat? A warning? A joke? At one point, I even convinced myself it was from someone in the building, a prank. But by evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me back. I taped my curtains shut just to stop the urge to look. But even with the tape, I could still feel the light leaking through the edges, a soft glow pressing against the dark room like it wanted it. I told myself not to look. Not tonight. But at 1:15 a.m., I looked anyway. The street was empty. No one there. Relief came fast, almost giddy. Maybe he'd finally stopped. Then the street light flickered. Once. Twice. And then it went out completely. Darkness swallowed the street. That's when I heard it. 2 slow knocks at my door. I froze. My apartment suddenly felt very small, very exposed. No one ever visits me this late. The knocks came again. Soft. Patient. Not loud enough to wake the neighbors. Just for me. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Then a faint scrape, like paper sliding across the floor. After a few seconds, I peeked through the peephole. No one. But taped to the door was another note. I opened it with shaking hands. You shouldn't have looked. The next morning, I told the building manager everything. The man, the notes, the knocks. He barely looked up from his paperwork. No one's reported anything, ma'am. We don't have cameras on that side. He gave me a polite smile, the kind people give when they think you're imagining things. I laughed nervously, pretended it was fine, and went back upstairs. But that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I needed to know. So I decided to wait for him. At 1 a.m., I grabbed my coat and went down to the street. The air was damp, the light still flickering weakly overhead. I stood under it right where he used to stand. It felt colder there, as if the air itself was different. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then I looked up, at my own apartment window. Someone was standing there, a dark outline against the curtains, motionless, staring down at me, exactly where I used to sit. I ran, first through the stairwell, tripping up the steps. By the time I reached my floor, the hallway was silent. I unlocked my door, heart hammering, and froze. The curtains were closed again, perfectly, and on the glass was a handprint, pressed deep like someone had been leaning there, not mine. I left the lights on that night, and every night after. But every time I pass the window now, I see movement in the reflection, a faint shape standing behind me, just out of focus. Always where the light hits the floor. Sometimes I think about opening the curtain again, just once. But then I remember the last note. You shouldn't have looked. I've stopped checking the time. But my body still knows when it's near 1:15. It starts with that low, crawling anxiety like static under my skin. For a while, nothing happened. No new notes. No knocks. No movement. I started believing it was over. Then one night, I woke up to a sound. 3 taps. Even. Slow. Coming from behind the wall near my bed. At first, I thought it was the pipes again. This building's full of them. But then it happened again. 3 taps. A pause. 3 more. Like someone waiting for me to answer. The next night, it came again, same time, same rhythm. I stared at the wall, heart pounding, and before I knew what I was doing, I tapped back. 3 times. Silence. Then 3 more taps. This time closer. It didn't come from behind the wall anymore. It came from the floor. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the cracks in the wooden boards. Every now and then, I swore I heard faint breathing, slow, patient. The next morning, I checked under the bed. Of course, nothing. But the dust had been disturbed, a clear drag mark, as if someone had slid something heavy beneath there recently. I called Mia, my only friend who still talked to me about this. She told me to get out of the apartment for a few days. I tried. But the moment I stepped into the hallway, I felt it like the walls were leaning in. Every door was closed. Every sound felt muted. I went back inside. That evening, I tried drowning it all out with music. I turned the speakers up, blasted white noise until the whole room trembled. But underneath the sound, I could still hear it. Talk, 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 and then a whisper. So faint I thought it was the music warping. But when I turned the volume down, it was clearer. A man's voice, right behind me. Why did you look? I spun around, nothing. Just my reflection in the dark window, trembling. I stared at myself, chest rising and falling too fast. Then I noticed it. My reflection wasn't moving like me. It blinked slower, smiled wider, and then the reflection lifted its hand. and placed it gently against the glass. From the inside, I stumbled back, knocking over my chair. The reflection didn't move anymore, just stayed there, palm pressed to the window. I turned on every light, every lamp, every bulb in the apartment. But even in the brightness, I could still see the faint outline of that handprint. Fresh, greasy, like someone had just pressed it there. The next day, I begged the landlord to let me switch units. He said everything was full. He looked annoyed when I wouldn't stop talking. Before I left his office, he sighed and said, "Ma'am, the unit across from yours has been empty for months. Maybe what you're hearing is the building settling." The unit across from mine, the one directly behind my bedroom wall, the one where the tapping came from. That night, I couldn't sit still. I kept staring at my door, at the wall, at the cracks near the floor. The air felt heavier than usual, warm, damp, almost humid, like someone was breathing right beside me. I tried to convince myself it was panic, but then, from behind the wall, I heard it again. Tap, 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 followed by a slow, dragging sound. And then, something whispered right into my ear, not from behind the wall, not from outside, from inside the room. "I told you not to look." I didn't leave my apartment for 2 days. I didn't eat much, didn't sleep at all. I just sat there listening to the wall. Sometimes the tapping came from inside it, sometimes from under the floorboards. Sometimes it came from behind me. I knew what everyone would say: stress, paranoia, lack of sleep. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. That handprint was still on the window. No matter how many times I cleaned it, it came back. Always the same shape, always the same size. Like it wasn't on the glass, but inside it. On the third night, I decided to end it. Not my life, just the fear. I was going to see what was behind that wall. I moved the bed away and pressed my ear to the plaster. There was again faint breathing, slow, rhythmic, and then a whisper, closer. I froze. My heart hammered so hard it hurt, but the voice didn't sound angry anymore. It sounded tired, like it had been waiting. I grabbed a kitchen knife and used it to chip away at the paint. Then the plaster. The sound grew louder. Each scrape echoed through the room like bones cracking. Dust filled the air, coating my throat. Behind the plaster was old brick, rough and uneven. But in the center, there was something else, a square outline. A sealed door. I pulled at it until the edges started to crumble. The smell hit me first, cold, rotten air, like something that hadn't moved in a long time. I shone my phone's flashlight inside. It was a narrow gap, maybe a foot deep, and at the far end, something was written on the brick. Tiny scratches forming words. "I used to watch you too." I dropped the phone. The screen cracked, plunging everything into half-darkness. I backed away, shaking, my breath catching. Then, from inside the wall, I heard it, the scraping sound of nails dragging slowly against brick. Coming closer, I stumbled toward the door, but it wouldn't open. The lock jammed, like someone was holding it shut from the other side. Then the whisper again, right next to my ear. "You shouldn't have opened it." The lights flickered. For a split second, I saw something in the reflection of the window. Not a man, not a shadow. Something gray, human-shaped, but wrong. Too thin, too still. Its face pressed against the glass from the inside. I screamed. The lights went out completely, and in the dark, something crawled out of the wall. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. The sound of dry skin sliding against plaster. The weight of something pulling itself across the floor. I hid in the corner, covering my mouth, praying it would go away. Then silence. For a moment, I thought maybe it was gone. But when I opened my eyes, it was standing in front of me, its face inches from mine, pale, hollow-eyed, smiling. And it whispered, almost gently, "I'm not outside anymore." I don't remember how long I stayed frozen in that corner. Minutes? Hours? Time didn't exist anymore. All I knew was the air was thick and cold, and the thing in front of me watched. Its smile never faded. Its eyes never blinked. It tilted its head, as if studying me. I realized, in that moment, that I wasn't just afraid of it. I was fascinated, drawn to it, Then the scraping sound started again behind me this time. Something was moving across the floor, circling me. The thing in front didn't move, but I felt its attention shift. It wasn't just watching me, it was controlling me. I stumbled backward, hitting the wall. A loose brick fell, revealing the narrow gap where it had come from. The wall was empty now, but the air smelled of decay and wet earth. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The next thing I remember was daylight. I was lying on the floor, soaked in sweat. The apartment was silent. The wall where the hidden door had been resealed. Not a crack, not a handprint. I called the police. When they arrived, I tried to explain, told them about the notes, the tapping, the man, the wall. They looked at me like I was insane. "You're safe now," one officer said, not even looking at the wall. We checked the building. Nothing unusual here. No signs of forced entry. No hidden doors. I tried to tell them I'd seen it. The thing in my apartment. The hollow face. The nails scraping against the bricks. They smiled politely and told me to get some rest. I left the apartment that day. I haven't returned. I don't think I'll ever go back. But sometimes when I pass by that street at night, I see a figure standing under the same streetlight. It doesn't move. It doesn't blink. And for a brief moment, I swear it's looking right at me. I've moved twice since then. I keep my curtains closed. I check my locks 3 times before sleeping. And yet, sometimes, just sometimes, I hear it. The faint tapping from inside the walls. And I know it isn't finished. I thought moving would fix it. New place, new walls, new view. No streetlight outside my window this time. Just a narrow alley and a brick wall. But fear doesn't care about geography. It just follows. For the first week, everything was quiet. Too quiet. No creaking pipes. No tapping. No strange reflections. I started to think maybe it really had been my imagination. A slow collapse of sanity under too many sleepless nights. I told myself I'd imagine the man. The notes. The face behind the glass. But on the 8th night, I woke up at 1:15. For no reason at all. And I saw it. A faint circle of light glowing against the opposite wall. Like a streetlight, where there shouldn't be one. I got out of bed, heart pounding. There was no lamp, no light source. The glow seemed to bleed straight through the bricks. Pale, cold, and steady. I approached it slowly. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't light at all. It was a reflection of my old apartment window, the one I'd left behind. And in that reflection, standing perfectly still, was him, the man under the streetlight. I stumbled backward, knocking into my dresser. The reflection flickered, like static. Then it was gone, just my trembling shadow on the wall. I didn't sleep after that. I sat in the corner with the lights on, whispering to myself that I was dreaming, that I was safe. But the next morning, when I went to make coffee, I noticed something on the counter. A note. Plain white paper. No envelope. You moved. I dropped it immediately, but the paper didn't fall. It stuck to my hand, like it had been wet. When I finally peeled it off, my palm was covered in black dust, like soot. I ran to the sink and washed it off. The water turned gray. And when it cleared, my reflection in the faucet was smiling. I wasn't. That night, I taped over every reflective surface in the apartment. Mirrors, glass, the TV, even the framed photos. But around 1 a.m., I heard it again. Talk, talk, talk. Not from the walls this time. From the mirror in the hallway. The one I'd taped over. I walked toward it slowly. The tape was trembling, like something was pressing against it from behind. Then, faintly, a voice. You can't hide from where you look. The tape split open down the middle. And behind it, my reflection. Only it wasn't moving with me. It was waiting. It lifted its hand, pressed its palm against the glass, and whispered, "Look again." I covered the mirror again, this time with cardboard. Thick, heavy, taped from every edge. But even then, I could still hear it. A soft scraping sound from behind the glass, like fingernails tracing letters I couldn't see. I turned up the music. Didn't help. I started talking to myself out loud. Anything to drown it out. But every time I stopped, it would tap twice. Once for me, once for him. I told myself I wouldn't look again. That no matter what happened, I'd leave the mirror covered. But fear has a strange way of feeling like curiosity. By the third night, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what it was doing behind there. So I peeled back one corner. Just one. The first thing I saw was my eye. But it wasn't in the same place as mine. It was closer. Too close to the surface. Then the rest of the reflection moved. Not like me. It tilted its head slowly, smiling too wide, teeth too small. And in the reflection's background, the streetlight was back. Behind me, I spun around. Nothing. But when I turned back to the mirror, the reflection wasn't alone. The man was there again, standing just behind her. Behind me, he leaned close to her ear and whispered something I couldn't hear. Then she nodded, and the reflection pressed her hand to the glass again. This time, the surface bent, like it was breathing. I ran to the other side of the room, grabbed a blanket, and threw it over the mirror. Then I sat there all night, clutching my phone, waiting for dawn. When the sun came up, I checked again. The blanket was gone, and the mirror was clean. Too clean, like someone had wiped it down. In the center of the glass, I saw a single handprint. Not mine. Smaller. And darker. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store and bought a hammer. If I couldn't cover it, I'd destroy it. When I came home, I swung the hammer hard. The mirror cracked, but no sound came out. Not glass shattering. Not echo. Just silence. The crack spread, spiraling like veins. And in each broken fragment, I saw something different. His face, his hand, his eyes. Hundreds of them, all watching. Then they blinked. I dropped the hammer and fell backward. Every piece of glass started sliding down the wall, like liquid silver draining away. When it was over, the mirror was gone. Only the wall remained. Except now, the wall was breathing. Slowly, like lungs under paint. That night, I heard his voice again. Not through the mirror, not from the window, from inside the wall. He said, "You brought the light with you." And then, I'm almost out. It started with the humming. There, on the opposite wall, was his shadow, standing perfectly still, under a faint glow that wasn't supposed to exist. And just before it faded, I heard his voice one last time. Quiet, almost kind. "Now, it's your turn to stand under the light." The next morning, everything felt different. The apartment was too still. The air heavier. The shadows didn't move with the light anymore. They just waited. I tried to make coffee, but the mug slipped from my hand. I wasn't even shaking. It was like my fingers didn't belong to me. When I looked down, they were pale. Not the soft kind of pale, from tiredness, but the dull, drained kind, like the blood had forgotten where to go. I caught my reflection in the microwave door, and I froze, because my eyes weren't moving right. The rest of me turned left, but my reflection looked right. Then it blinked, and I didn't. That's when I realized what the light had done. It hadn't just shown me him. It had opened something. A window, maybe, or a doorway. And now he wasn't just behind the wall. He was behind my eyes. Every time I blinked, I saw flashes, not of my apartment, but of the streetlight. The one I'd left behind. The wet pavement. The faint hiss of rain. And his shape, standing exactly where I used to see him. Only now, I was looking from his side, through his eyes. I could feel him watching me, like 2 points of view tangled together. Every breath I took, he inhaled too. Every heartbeat echoed twice. I whispered, "Get out of me." And the whisper came back, from my own mouth, in his voice. "I can't. You invited me in when you looked." That night, I taped my eyes shut. Literally, medical tape. Tight enough that I couldn't open them even by accident. I thought if I can't see, he can't see. But somewhere in the dark, a low whisper crawled through the silence. "Then I'll open them for you." The tape tore off by itself. slowly, deliberately, like unseen fingers peeling it away. My eyelids twitched. Something forced them open, and I saw not the room, not the walls, not my hands. I saw the streetlight, and standing beneath it, a girl, me. She was looking up, her face pale, eyes wide, just like before. Only now I wasn't in her body. I was in his, watching her, and when I lifted my hand, so did he. He smiled and whispered through my lips, "Now we both see." I don't remember sleeping. I just remember waking up, though I'm not sure where. It wasn't my apartment anymore. It wasn't anywhere I'd ever been. Just darkness, endless and soft, and the faint hum of electricity in the air. Somewhere far off, I could see the light, that same pale circle, floating in nothing, flickering like a dying moon. I walked toward it, or maybe it pulled me closer. Each step made the hum louder, until it wasn't sound anymore, but a voice. Do you see now? The light pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, each flash brighter than the last. I could almost make out shapes inside it, figures standing still, faces blurred, eyes open, hundreds of them, all staring toward the center, all staring at him. He was there, the man from under the streetlight. Only now he wasn't tall or thin. He wasn't anything at all. He was light itself, a shape made of the glow, vibrating softly, stretching out like arms reaching for me. "You brought me through," he said, "through the glass, through the wall, through your eyes." I wanted to scream, but I didn't have a mouth. "You looked," he said again, and what is seen cannot be unseen. He stepped closer, or maybe I did. When the light touched my skin, it didn't burn. It remembered. Flashes of my old apartment, the mirror, the notes, the shadow behind the wall. They all flickered inside the glow like fragments of a film reel. He leaned close. His voice was inside my head. "There is no outside," he whispered, "only where the light reaches." The faces behind him began to move. One by one, they lifted their heads, and I saw mine among them. My own face, eyes open, mouth trembling, frozen in the light.